presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink. We are back in one of the best fight cities in the country, Albuquerque, New Mexico. BKFC in the 505 never disappoints. Let's talk fights. We start with our preview. 3 scraps to get you ready for tonight's main card on the BKFC app. But here's the kicker. Even the main card is free $99 tonight. Then later tonight, the matchup that has both the combat sports world and the social media world buzzing. TikTok YouTube superstar Bryce Hall makes history, the first of his kind to toe the line, ditch the gloves, and throw down with the fighting cut man G. Perez. Then in our penultimate bout, it's a bantamweight barn burner as former Marine Keith Richardson looks to make it 3 in a row against 1-0 New Mexico fighter Derek Perez. And the main event, since his debut at Knucklemania 3, John Dodson has made short work of his opponents. But now the inaugural Flyweight Championship is on the line, and J.R. Ridge is looking to crash the Magician's show tonight. And here we are once again in the Tingley Coliseum in the Duke City, Albuquerque, New Mexico. And folks, we have made a ton of memories in this city just earlier this year for Knucklemania 3. Well, folks, it's about to go off again. You're locked in right now on your favorite social media platform watching the preview. 3 big fights to give you that taste. But guess what? You're going to get the entire show 100% for free tonight. That means the Flyweight Championship for free. That means Bryce Hall making his debut for free on the BKFC app. And if you get subscribed, you don't have to tonight, but if you do, you're going to get a full archive of all of our events, over 50 BKFC events, and you're going to get all the live events going forward. It's the best deal in all of combat sports. What an incredible night it's going to be, folks. But let's check in with our commentary team that is ringside. Sean, listen, they love their fighters here in Albuquerque. They support them like no other, but there's just something about these Dodson brothers. You're going to get both of them on this card, and of course, John Dodson main eventing for the Flyweight Championship. It's a special night.
Cyrus, Albuquerque is truly one of the great fight cities in the world. The fighters, the gyms, the fans. 2 of the most popular fighters, the aforementioned Dodson brothers. We will first see younger brother Eric Dodson at 145 pounds versus Roberto Armas. And in our main event tonight, it's the older brother, John Dodson, versus J.R. Ridge. The winner becomes the first ever BKFC men's 125-pound world champion.
And then, Chris, when you take a look at it, Bryce Hall making his debut, there's been a lot of talk about this young man debuting, what's going to happen. But finally, the time has come. He has to walk the walk. He has to get inside of that ring, and he has to throw down. What do you expect?
I think a lot of people expect him to have trouble with this. A lot of pressure being put on right now. However, this guy was a high school wrestler. He is a social media superstar, so this guy's used to dealing with pressure right here. It's going to be a little bit different right here because he's got a guy in G. Perez coming in to punch him in the face as hard as he can. So we're going to see, is that pressure going to be able to deal with it, or is he going to fold under the pressure? We're going to find out.
Chris, let's talk about the odds real quick. When you take a look at these odds for the fights tonight, what's jumping off the page for you?
Well, as usual, there's always a lot of money to be made right here. The thing that jumps out the page at me right now, Mark Edberg right there, minus 200. This guy's got a lot of experience. Thai fighter, very good, very tough, very big, very strong. I love that bet.
Well, if you want to get hooked up and you want to put some money down, DraftKings has your hookup $50 bonus bet for a deposit of $5 or more for new customers. Scan the QR code, promo code BKFC48. And let's take a look at your rules. Brought to you by MIP45. All fights scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds. The fights are scored by 3 judges on a 10-point must system. Hand rounds must be at least 1 inch below the bare knuckles. Punching in the clinch is allowed. No 3 knockdown rule. No being saved by the bell in any round. No kicks, no knees, no elbows, takedowns, or submissions. And with that being said, folks, it's about to go down. They're about to make the walk. It is time for BKFC action here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And with that being said, it's that time. Let's take a look at your very first Crescent Tools Tale of the Tape.
We open tonight with a bout in the flyweight division. Austin Lewis versus Justin Martinez.
And Sean, there's a lot of things that jump out here at you. You have a 3-inch height advantage, but it's more of the 8-inch reach advantage for Lewis that jumps out at you. The other thing you have to take account of is the fact that Justin Martinez was almost 3 pounds overweight. Not sure if it wasn't that he didn't train hard enough or just a tough weight cut, but we'll find out if he's in shape tonight.
Justin Martinez set for bout number 3 in BKFC. He's also had 5 AMI MMA bouts. In our fighter meeting, Martinez told us he has put a big focus on his footwork. He said, I want to use smart exits. I want to work from the inside, but then always get myself back out of danger with intelligence. And from the outside, I want to keep circling.
That was the thing, Sean. He wanted to use that explosive in and out motion right there. Doesn't want to get caught coming in, but the main thing, doesn't want to be greedy. Stay on the inside and continue to throw punches. That makes it a 50-50 fight. He feels like he has the advantage. He doesn't want to make it a 50-50 fight.
Martinez said, I believe that my opponent, Austin Lewis, will come straight forward with heavy aggression. I expect this to be a very rugged fight. Martinez told us, I have big belief on my inside game. I think I can hit the half tie plum, I can hit the underhooks and land big shots in the clinch.
Feels like one of his keys is throwing straight punches, and when he does that, he feels like he can't get the finish in the second or the third round.
Austin Lewis set for his bare knuckle fighting championship debut. He's had 1 pro boxing bout. As an AMI combat sports athlete, Austin Lewis, very experienced. 11 amateur MMA fights, 9 in amateur boxing, 4 in amateur Muay Thai. Lewis told us in our fighter meeting he wants to come forward, but do so on angles. Lewis said, come forward from range. Lewis said, I know I'm the taller, longer fighter. Constant 1-2s, a hard jab, staying from the outside.
Definitely stay long, but throw in combinations. Not one punch at a time, throw in combinations. He feels like he has more experience, therefore a higher fight IQ. He needs to use that and be more technical.
Lewis said on the inside, I want to use smart hand fighting in the clinch. Not just hit the overhooks, the underhooks, the half tie plum, but legitimate hand fighting to open up my punches. Lewis also said, I want to throw smart, calculated punches. Lewis told us he's been watching BKFC. He feels that he cannot throw wasteful shots.
And that's right from the beginning. He said he's going to utilize that jab. You're going to see it immediately, often, all the time. That jab is going to be in his opponent's face.
To get our evening started, we send it into the ring with Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to the Tingley Coliseum here in beautiful Albuquerque, New Mexico. And welcome to BKFC 48. BKFC for review begins tonight with 5 2-minute rounds in the Flyweight division, presented to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. His official weight, 127.8 pounds. He steps into the squared circle tonight, ready for bare knuckle fight number 3. Fighting out of Wichita, Kansas, here is Justin Martinez. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears tie-dye. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. His official weight, 125.2 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut, fighting out of Moriarty, New Mexico. Here is Austin, the Animal Lewis. And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
Justin Martinez told us, when I come to the inside, I want to explode with high volume and power shots. When I'm on the outside, I want to reset intelligently. Adjustment to the hand wraps. Justin Martinez by Pat McPherson, the cut man. If you're new to Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, this is not bare-fisted, this is bare knuckle. The wraps must be at least 1 inch below the knuckles.
All right, gentlemen, total line.
Well done from Pat McPherson. Justin Martinez ready up the scratch. Round number 1. Multicolored trunks for Austin Lewis. Black trunks for Justin Martinez. Immediately into the clinch.
Step back, step back, step back. Knuckle
The
up.
exit. Lewis now coming forward from the center circle off the jab to the body goes Justin Martinez. Big shots with the left hand.
Good job of Lewis right there to tie that up right there. He's getting punched a lot. Doesn't want to give his opponent any space, so he's staying inside when he has to. Must be all the way outside. If inside time, pulling it up.
There's that reset Justin Martinez talked to us about. Outside reset to the inside. Underhook snatched by Austin Lewis. Short right hands. Smear of blood on the face of Austin Lewis. Right back to it from referee Andrew Glenn. Tall stance. The two just misses. Then the hook misses from Martinez. 10 remaining, round number 1. Just off the mark from Lewis. You see Lewis cut outside of his left eye. Martinez staying patient on the outside. Misses with that lead left hook. 5 seconds remaining, round number 1. To the inside, to the body goes Lewis. Lewis to the body, overhand right to the left hand from Martinez. Tail from Justin Martinez resetting. The fighters having their moments, Chris, here in round number 1.
And Martinez does his best work when he explodes in just like that. It makes it better for him, but you can see right now Lewis is really starting to find his range, staying long, but then getting right back out. That's a great job, a great adjustment already made by Lewis.
Lewis trying to find the body to the head there. Overhand right, pulled back by Martinez on the reset. Closing seconds, round number 1. Our opening bout of 12 tonight, BKFC 48. Sold out at Tingley Coliseum in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Austin Lewis versus Justin Martinez. Punch combination to the inside. Big left hand. We'll see how that is ruled by Andrew Glenn.
Oh, looks like they're saying that was after the bell. I'm not sure.
Lewis just spamming his mouthpiece. No indication yet from Andrew Glenn. We'll definitely see this on the replay. And struggling in his corner is Austin Lewis. Lewis struggling again. We're in the 60-second break.
It was clearly after the bell, but it wasn't like he might have been throwing it right as it started. It didn't look like it was anything intentional, Sean.
The rule is it's not when the strike lands, it's when the action of the strike begins. If the action of the strike begins before the bell, even if it lands after the bell, it's a legal shot. If the action starts after the bell, then it is an illegal shot. Watch again for the action of the left hand from Martinez. Listen for the bell.
That was so close to call, Sean, and you can tell he intended to throw it right before that, but was it actually thrown? That's very tough.
Consultation now. Referee Andrew Glenn, he's talking to the outside referee Mark Smith, the other outside referee Kerry Hatley, both of whom will be refereeing later this evening. Still no indication from Andrew Glenn. Dr. Don Buzzi, Chief Medical Officer, now in the ring for BKFC. Austin Lewis back to his feet. And this fight is over. Yeah, this is either going to be a no contest or a knockout win for Justin Martinez.
That's what I'm wondering, Sean, how they're going to call that, because the way they were talking earlier, it was after the bell. Sometimes I'm just hoping they don't give a disqualification, because that would not be merited by people.
Chris, we know Andrew Glenn very well. He's a great bare knuckle referee. He's a great MMA referee. He's looking for the intent of an illegal action, a foul. There's no intent there. We're talking milliseconds whether that was legal or illegal. So I think that's off the table again. I think this is either going to be a knockout win for Justin Martinez or a no contest.
And I was very disappointed with that, because Justin Martinez started that round very good, and then Lewis really picked up on it. As that round was going on, he was really starting to figure out his range, his distance, his timing. He was throwing that jab and getting right back out in the right range. So that was turning into be a very good fight.
Still consultation. Jeff Houston is in the ring.
One more look at this right here. Beautiful punch right there. And that's bare knuckle for you, Sean. If you don't keep your hands up at all times, you might get knocked out.
We'll see the replay again. Watch the left hand of Martinez and listen for the bell. It's the action of when the punch begins, not when the punch lands.
And look at just how Austin Lewis drops that right hand. close, but you can just see how Lewis dropped that right hand right before that punch was thrown. You have to keep your hands up at all time in this sport. You never know when that punch is coming, just like that. Right at the buzzer, but very close.
There's still consultation. Referee Andrew Glenn at the New Mexico Commission table.
Beautiful shot.
We're talking milliseconds.
Yeah, and like you said, that punch was already thought about being thrown before the bell went off, so very difficult, very close. He started throwing, but wasn't in time. You never really know.
To end all suspense, here's Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after an unintentional strike at the closing bell of round number 1, our judges at ringside have ruled this fight no contest.
There you go, Sean. The no contest called. We knew he was either going to be one or two things. They went with the no contest. I had no problem with that because that was very close.
Disappointment for Justin Martinez. He thought that he had won this fight via knockout. You see Dave Rickles in the corner of Justin Martinez. Rickles now consulting with Andrew Glenn.
Well, the bad thing about that, Sean, is even if let's say there was 10 more seconds, that knockout was coming anyway. It wasn't like the bell made a difference. It wasn't like he put his hands down because the bell went off. That would have been a difference. So that knockout was coming. It really didn't make a difference, but it's unfortunate.
It was a very entertaining 1 round. Both Austin Lewis and Justin Martinez having their moments, but ruled officially as an illegal punch. No foul, unintentional, milliseconds too later. That would have been a knockout win for Justin Martinez. Instead, in our opening bout of the evening, Austin Lewis versus Justin Martinez ends in a no contest.
And there will no champ unless I say so!
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Let's go!
Tonight only, you'll receive 20% off all Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship apparel when you use the promo code BKFC48 at bareknuckleshop.com. There's a huge selection of items to choose from with sizes and styles for everyone. You can place your order now at bareknuckleshop.com. And again, a reminder, you can use promo code BKFC48 to get 20% off at bareknuckleshop.com.
Well, the BKFC is back in the Duke City with a bang. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink, Crescent Tools, and Lions Not Sheep Apparel. And now let's take a look at the OnlyFans exclusive look as Bryce Hall enters the Tingley Coliseum, ready for his feature fight against G. Perez. But now, let's go to your Crescent Tools. Tell the tape.
Bantamweights for you now. Anthony Sanchez versus Gene Perez.
Showing everything fairly similar right here. You can see Sanchez does have a slight height advantage, but the main thing there, a 3-inch reach advantage. Gene Perez has to get inside to land those punches, so Sanchez has to keep him at bay with hard shots and not let him get inside.
Gene Perez set for bout number 2 in BKFC. He's had 16 pro MMA bouts, 22 in pro boxing, and 1 in bare knuckle MMA. Gene Perez's younger brother, Derek Perez, who you will see in our co-main event versus Keith Richardson, defeated Gene Perez's opponent in this bout, Anthony Sanchez, this past February at Knucklemania 3 here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, by way of unanimous decision. In our fighter meeting, we asked Gene Perez, what advice did your brother Derek Perez give you in facing Anthony Sanchez? He said, my younger brother Derek said, my opponent will probably get frustrated and swing wildly when he can't land clean shots. So he told me, be ready for heavy pressure, but I have to move off of that pressure.
Well, the main thing was he felt like he trained much better this time. Took it seriously, really dedicated himself to it. Feels like he can be more technical this time. So we talked about dealing with that pressure, getting out of the way, avoiding, and doing exactly what we talked about is the key. Hit and don't get hit.
Gene Perez said, I think I can slow down my opponent, Anthony Sanchez, with my power shots. I feel I have huge power for a bantamweight. Controlling the pace of this fight, Perez told us, is my key to victory.
And it's about two things for him, placement and accuracy right there, making sure the pace and punches land exactly where he wants to, exactly at the right time.
Bout number 2 now in BKFC for Anthony Sanchez. Overall, this is his 3rd fight in the sport of bare knuckle. He's had 2 in pro boxing, 2 in pro MMA. Sanchez told us, I want to stay relaxed and rely on my skill set. Most importantly, Anthony Sanchez said to us, Chris, in our fighter meeting, I need to pick smart punches.
Absolutely. He said last time he was too emotional. It was more of a grudge match. Doesn't want that to be the case this time. Wants to come in slower, more time fight, make sure he's cooking good shots the entire time.
Sanchez said, I want a very methodical start to this fight. I think Gene Perez is going to come out very hard. If he does, I'm going to step outside, slow things down, then slowly turn up the pressure.
And I love, he did his homework. He was watching. He talked about his opponent's overhand right he has to watch out for, but knows going to southpaw versus a right-handed fighter, he can step outside that lead foot and throw that straight right down the pipe. That's his money punch.
Sanchez said, straight punches, establish my right hand, slow start, and then settle into a hard pace. Sanchez also, Chris, said something very interesting. He said, if given the choice between Perez running and coming after me, I'd rather have him come after me. I really don't want to chase.
Because he feels like he has good cardio and he can keep a good pace and stuff, and he feels like he can use that right hand to get the KO tonight, John.
Back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the bantamweight division, presented to you by Crescent Tools. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears white trimmed in green and red. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. His official weight, an even 136 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle for the 2nd time. Fighting out of Belen, New Mexico, here is Gene the Kid Perez. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears khaki trimmed in maroon. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. His official weight, 135.8 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 1 victory opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Midland, Texas, here is Anthony Leonidas Sanchez. And our referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
There's so many fighters, Chris. Talk to us about landing combinations. Gene Perez said the opposite. He said, I'm focused on landing 1 punch at a time, but I want it to be clean, accurate punches.
Our gentleman
fighters up to scratch.
Knuckle up.
Call of knuckle up from the excellent referee, Kerry Hatley, round number 1. Blue trunks for Anthony Sanchez, white trunks for Gene Perez. And start for both fighters. Big right hand from Sanchez. On the counter. Perez took that well, coming forward. The southpaw stance. And just misses from Sanchez. Big swings, wide swings from Gene Perez. On the counter, and ruled a slip immediately by Kerry Hatley.
Let's go, knuckle up.
You can see the contrasting styles right now. Perez is going to come and go bomb.
There's the left hook getting through from Sanchez. That backed up Gene Perez. Now the right hand into the clinch. Short shots from both fighters. 1:15 remaining round number 1. I'm convinced Gene Perez is incapable of a boring fight. Same for Anthony Sanchez.
That's a very good hard body shot right there for Sanchez.
2 high-octane fighters. Enough off the jab from the southpaw stance. Jean Perez on the counter, short right hand lands from Sanchez. Sanchez to the inside, big shots, counter right hand from Jean Perez. Sanchez with the right hand. Time called by Kerry Hadley, and you see the huge gash on the forehead of Jean Perez.
It's an odd spot, Sean, right on the side of the head. Rather, you usually try not to hit in that spot because you can hurt your hand, but it's like a lot of damage.
We rarely see scalp cuts, Chris, in BKFC because of the targets of the fighters. No worries from our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Don Musi.
A shot like that, Sean, the blood's not going to run into your eye, and it's usually not going to be in a dangerous spot where it can do any permanent damage.
All right, we're good. All right, here we go.
A lot of people think it's not fighting where the bleeding. It's not where the bleeding, it's where the blood goes. If it gets in your arm, it's in the bad spot where the damage is.
And where the cut is. Such as in the eyelid, things that affect the optic nerve. It's a scalp cut. In the world of fighting, that's really no big deal. No big deal for Jean Perez. Big shot and a counter left hand from Sanchez. It's a fun round number one. We thought this would be a fun fight. It is thus far. Left hand from Jean Perez. Another left and right.
Well, these guys are just eating a lot of shots.
Now 20 seconds remaining, round number one. Sanchez circling to his left from the outside. The ortho stance against the southpaw stance of Jean Perez. You see the hand fighting. Closing seconds, round number one. Sanchez looking to come in, back to the inside from the top bomb, uppercut. That is the end of an excellent opening round.
And Sean, you can really tell Sanchez did his homework. He did study. He learned a lot from that first fight that he had. He was able to slow that pace down a little bit, not go hard the entire time, and pick better shots there.
You're circling through his power hand. Stay away from his power. Stay to the right. If you're southpaw, you gotta work, okay? Stay on the, if you're gonna stay on the inside, you gotta grab and start punching, okay? Remember that distance we talked about? Remember the distance we talked about? Here, watch out. Okay, let me get in there. Hold this. Get him. Hey, move it. There is the power side, okay?
There was some of those hard shots. You see on the one right there that caused that. Cut to the top of the head, and another right hand that knocked the mouthpiece out. Really good advice from the Perez camp saying, do not circle in your opponent's power. You cannot circle that right side.
In that replay, you can see clearly Jean Perez had his mouthpiece punched out into row number one. And shades of Taylor Tooley's teeth in UFC. Check on my historical UFC reference. To round number two we go. Just have to work in the pride reference sometime in the next 4 hours.
Oh, it's coming.
Fighters working off the jab as we start round number two. Double jab to the inside. Good pressure and a counter right hand from Jean Perez.
Beautiful counters right there.
He's doing well on those counters as Sanchez comes close. Sanchez on the inside. Left hand, both fighters swings and misses. Then the right hand lands from Anthony Sanchez. Now trying to cut off the ring. Splitting in Sanchez. And the level change. Right hand from Perez. That gets the separation. 15 remaining, round number two. Right hand duck under, right to the chest. Slightly more muted here in round number two than round number one. How could it not be?
You can't keep that pace up for that long, Sean.
Good pace in this fight for these 135ers.
You see the numbers right there. Sanchez at a higher pace. 4 strikes later.
Half-tie pump of Sanchez, let it go. He's coming forward again. 40 seconds remaining, round number two. So the cut now on the forehead of Anthony Sanchez.
I feel like Sanchez is doing a good job of controlling the range. He's punching when he wants to. He gets in when he gets out without getting hurt.
On the jab to the inside. Good high-tight striking guard of Jean Perez. Defended those strikes well.
Yeah, Perez is just waiting for the right time to counter.
Long jab again from Sanchez. Perez to the inside. Lands the right hand. Lands another right hand as Jean Perez, then the left hand.
And that's when Perez does his best. When he gets off first, when he starts throwing punches, he's much better than waiting to counter.
Blood is flowing freely out of this scalp cut. Left side of Jean Perez's head. Perez comes forward. Final seconds, round number two. The bell, next stop, round three.
These guys are going at it. They're landing a lot of hard shots.
Breathe, brother. Breathe.
Relax, relax, relax. How you feel? Yeah. Over. Hey, you need more jabs, right? You're walking into punches. You hear me? You're walking in with your hands down. Keep your hands up, stay tight.
His eye went down.
Hey, a lot of head movement. You hear me? It's easy, you're making it harder than what it is, dog. Keep your distance, man. Here you go.
He's good because he keeps hitting you in the top of the head with it. Circle and catch him with that straight left.
Yep, left. Remember that 1, 2, 3. Duck under his shit, and you'll get him all day. Okay? Okay, a little bit of water.
Let's go, baby, let's go.
Gene.
Hey, he's doing this number, look. Stepping and then throwing that right. Wait for him to step to the outside and kick it.
I got it.
Sanchez camp, I love what they were saying. You have to use more head movement. People talk about head movement. You get in the mix, you get tired. It kind of goes away. You got to remember that.
See the activity up to scratch for Gene Perez.
Perez is just come on right now.
Perez shadow boxing before round 3 begins. Fully underway.
Sometimes people are known as what's called a slow starter. It takes you a while to get going. Let's see if that is Gene Perez. Pick it up as the fight goes on.
That jab. Side right hand, the tuck under. Top blow now snatched by Gene Perez. Right hand on the exit. Right hand on the entry for Anthony Sanchez. Sanchez then the left hand, counter left hand from Gene Perez. Right hand to the inside from Sanchez. Left hand again from Perez. Right uppercut from Gene Perez.
Boy, great action right there.
Sanchez resetting from range. Full center circle Gene Perez.
Sorry about that. You can see the head strikes landed right there. Much higher landing percentage for Sanchez and more strikes landed.
Hand off the ropes for Sanchez, landed clean. Perez has walked through some big shots thus far in this fight.
I am really impressed with Perez's chin. He's taking a lot of hard shots and he's not even flinching right now. He just keeps coming forward.
Switch of stances into orthodox. That was slick from Perez. Right back to southpaw. Just keeping his back against the ropes. Takes that left hand clean. He acknowledged the such. 35 seconds remaining, round number 3.
Sanchez talked about stepping outside that lead foot and throwing a straight right. He hasn't done that in a while.
Long up the jab, just a rangefinder jab. Perez trying to mirror the hits of Anthony Sanchez. Now 15 seconds remaining, round 3. He's swelling under Perez's left eye. He does not seem concerned in the least. Still flicking that jab, the bell to round 4 we go.
And I thought that was a very good round right there for Perez. It looks like he's really starting to pick up his pace and come forward. Sanchez looking a little slower, so let's see if he just took that round off, if he can come back strong in his sport, because the momentum could be swaying right now.
Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Ready?
There's the bucket behind you, Jason. Keep it up. Hey, that's straight down the pipe.
Hey, 1, 2 down that middle. Did you see how you're catching his ass? 1, 2, 3, baby. You're all day long. It's open. Okay? He's backing up. Keep his ass on the rope. If he wants to back up, keep him there, okay? Let's go. Every time he wants to clinch, you got the better of him on the clinch, okay?
Some water, it's water.
Get some water, baby. Excuse me, sir.
I love the corner work right there, what they're saying. You want to push your opponent back against ropes. That's exactly what Perez should be doing. He wants Sanchez's back against the ropes at all times. Then you control the range, you control the distance, you decide when and where the fight happens.
Round number 4, man, round number 4.
And just look at the body language difference right now between Perez and Sanchez.
Just as he did, up to scratch to start round number 3. Gene Perez very active on the scratch line as we start round number 4. Little pressure from Gene Perez, just circling out. Back to what Gene Perez told us in our fight. We have to slow down Anthony Sanchez with my power. Right hand to the body, fully land from Sanchez. Looking to come forward, lands that entry left hand. That was effective from Gene Perez. Right hand lands from Perez. Just backing out once more. 80 seconds remaining, round 4. Hard right jab from Gene Perez. Right to the body from Sanchez. That was clever.
Double jab.
by Sanchez. From the orthodox stance, his lead left hand.
Again, Sanchez kept talking about this punching is open. Is that stepping outside the loop? There it was right there. If he can keep doing that, step outside the loop and throw the straight right.
Straight right from the step out to the step in, Chris. And that's been a really effective punch for Anthony Sanchez thus far in this fight.
And you can throw it upstairs or you can throw it at the body. They both work.
The right hand again, counter right hand, short and sharp from Perez, then the right, then the left from Sanchez. 5 seconds remaining, round number 4. Talk about BKFC's bantamweight division being stacked. There was a good showcase of 2 very talented 35ers. Barnett Jr., of course, watching at home in Virginia, sits atop. BKFC 135-pound world champion.
I like that straight left that Sanchez is doing. Sometimes I like to see him turn that into an uppercut right there. The way Perez is blocking, he would land at the body there and the hand very well.
Jab not getting through from Sanchez. Take of the head no from Jean Perez, and to the 5th final round we go.
Sean, usually when you shake your head no, that really means the opposite. It means yes, you landed a good shot.
This is the last round, right? Hey, last round, baby. Okay? Yeah. Sit down, Wayne. Hey, how bad do you want this shit? Huh?
Okay, last round, brother, last round.
How bad do you want it? Hey, I want more jabs, more combinations, moving angles. Don't just stand in front of them. Bop, 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 then you're moving. Keep moving in front. Don't just stand in front of them. More feints, man. Take a deep breath. There you go. There you go.
Let's go.
This is the last round, baby.
Hey, stay working. Let's go.
Hey, last round, baby. Hey.
Hey.
And Sean, you know, unfortunately, no open scoring right now. I don't know, but I can very well see this fight being tied to 2 rounds apiece. So this right here could settle everything.
Sporting touch of hands. Both fighters certainly, Chris, have to treat this 5th and final round as must win. Hard fought, well fought through the opening 4 rounds. Anthony Sanchez versus Jean Perez. To round 5 we go.
So you can just see right. Look at Sanchez's momentum right there compared to Perez. Perez is bouncing around a little bit more.
Flick of the jab now to the body. Goes Sanchez left hand. Perez landed that clean, couldn't land the right to follow. Definitely picked off Sanchez. Sanchez on his back foot. Sanchez sitting on that right hand. Just like that on cue. Landed in the sternum down to the inside. Big shots. There's the counter right, then the left hand. Tie pump snatched by Sanchez. Could not hold it. 125 remaining 5th and final round. Forward comes Jean Perez.
And look at these punches. A lot of punches being thrown by both guys and a lot of lands. Great percentages.
From Sanchez to the body, not fully there. Just misses that jab, misses the second jab to the head. Just a diversionary double jab from Jean Perez. Right to the body on the step in. Perez just missing the hook. Clever again. Sanchez, Chris, continues to land that 2 from range.
He's doing a great job of managing his energy this fight, this round right here especially.
Chest of both fighters. There's that 2 again from range. To the inside, then the exit from Sanchez.
Sanchez said if he could find the right time to step outside, throw that straight punch, that was his key. And he's doing a good job of doing it this round.
Stretch drive now of this bantamweight fight. Perez coming forward off the jab. Sanchez again trying to time the entry right hand from range. Sanchez has done his best work in this fight, exploding in. Perez, ironically, has done his best work after Sanchez has exploded in on this case.
Very good counters. I do like it when he steps forward there himself.
10-second clock acknowledged by referee Kerry Hadley. Both fighters looking for one more significant strike. There it was from Sanchez. The battle and the end of the fight.
And Sean, it might have been that last little punch right there that could have done the whole thing for Sanchez. That could have won him the round. That was a very close round, very close fight. I was impressed right there with Sanchez's ability to, like I said, dictate the pace that round. He exploded it when he had to. He controlled the range, he controlled the momentum a little bit better that round than he had the 2 before that.
Our 3 judges scoring ringside on the 10-point must system, signed by the outstanding New Mexico Athletic Commission. Their scorecards being tallied now.
Hey, put your shirt on, brother.
Tonight's strike stats are presented by Buck Duck Energy Drink.
And look at this, a lot of punches being thrown, 210 for Sanchez, 178. I mean, both these guys do a lot of punches. Better percentage for Sanchez, but sometimes who was landing the harder shots, the cleaner shots. Head strikes right there. I mean, 186, 166. I mean, a lot of head strikes. That was a very entertaining fight. These guys both have some very good chins. They took a lot of hard shots. It really didn't seem to get that wild of effort. They just kept walking through.
Knucklemania 3 this past February. Gene Perez's younger brother, Derek Perez, with the full 5 rounds versus Anthony Sanchez. That night in February here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, it was Derek Perez winning unanimous decision. Gene Perez now awaits the official decision, as does Anthony Sanchez, playing to this Albuquerque crowd. Both fighters seemingly, Chris, and I don't just think it's posturing for the crowd in their corners, feeling very good about their respective performance.
Sean, they both had a very good performance, but the thing is, I wouldn't be confident on who won. This is a very close fight. You never know what the judges are going to say, what they were looking for exactly.
Hey, well, Chris, we have a slight delay, and you and I know what that means.
Well, Sean, no matter what, I think it's going to be 3 rounds to 2. I don't know which way it's going to go, but you could definitely have a split decision. You never know.
Often, not always, but often, a delay means something other than a unanimous decision. We shall see. Jeff Houston is entering the ring. Hard fought, well fought by both fighters, Anthony Sanchez, Gene Perez. Here's Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the decision, let's have a round of applause for these 2 warriors. After a hard-fought 5 rounds, here are the scores from our judges at ringside. Our scores are 48-47 in favor of Perez, 48-47 in favor of Sanchez, and 49-46 to the winner by split decision, Anthony Leonidas Sanchez.
Great victory for Sanchez right there. He really stepped it up in that last round to get the victory, in my opinion.
Split decision. The dissenting judge seeing it 3 rounds to 2 for Gene Perez. The other 2 New Mexico judges having it for Anthony Sanchez. Again, both fighters doing very well. You saw that right hand that knocked out the mouthpiece of Gene Perez, who was not bothered in the least. Elation and victory. The winner by way of split decision, Anthony Sanchez defeats Gene Perez.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Let's go!
Tonight only, you'll receive 20% off all Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship apparel when you use the promo code BKFC48 at bareknuckleshop.com. There's a huge selection of items to choose from with sizes and styles for everyone. You can place your order now at bareknuckleshop.com. And again, a reminder, you can use promo code BKFC48 to get 20% off at bareknuckleshop.com.
Guardian
Go Slaveski!
100% going to be blood. You know, it's just going to be a war.
Down goes Connor Tierney. 10 seconds remaining. That is the stoppage. And that is the win for Guillermo Slaveski.
You know I'm coming for that title.
The head movement, big right hand. This fight is over. Waves it off. Crescent Tools brings you the numbers for this bout in the Cruiserweight division. Richard Montano versus Kyle McElroy.
And you can see here there is a height advantage for McElroy, but the main thing here is the significant 4-inch reach advantage. He's going to want to stay long, stay outside. He's going to make Moreno come in. Each time he does, he's going to make sure he lands hard shots to make him pay.
Set for bout number 4 in BKFC, and he has completely remade his physique. McElroy made his bare knuckle fighting championship debut in July 2021. He fought Chris Jensen at heavyweight. McElroy weighed 242 pounds. Now as a cruiserweight, McElroy, you will see visual confirmation when he removes his Lions Not Cheap t-shirt, is a svelte 204.8. Kyle McElroy said, I feel that I actually hit harder now at this weight than I ever did at heavyweight because of my muscularity, because of my strength. I can now put a whip and a snap in those punches that I never could when I weighed in the 240s.
Well, not only that, he's faster. He feels like he has better cardio. He doesn't worry about that at all. He's a gym rat, Sean. He's always in there doing CrossFit. He's in the gym all the time. Feels like that gives him a big advantage right there. All he had to do on his boxing was work to tighten up everything.
Kyle McElroy, here in his home city, Albuquerque, told us in our fighter meeting he runs 6 miles 6 times per week.
Crazy, that's so much road work right there. But he feels in this fight, doesn't want to get close, wants to use that range, doesn't want to be passive out there, wants to stay long and do damage from the outside.
Big ovation for Richard Montano for this, his bare knuckle fighting championship debut. Montano, a veteran of 22 pro MMA bouts, including a fight versus Cub Swanson in August 2006. Montano has also had 1 pro boxing bout. Montano told us in our fighter meeting, I want to assess Kyle McElroy early. I want to get a read on him, see what he wants to do after 30 seconds, then start to build my strategy.
And Sean, a lot of people talk about wanting to be out there and measure and make sure they don't hit. Not this guy. He wants to come out there and he wants to have a slugfest. That's one thing he loves about bare knuckle. He feels like it's just as real as it gets, and he wants to come out there and put on a fight for the people.
Montano told us, I believe McElroy will want to stay long and stay behind the jab. Montano said, I feel I will do my best work on the inside, but I have to work to the inside smartly, and when there, I have to land power shots.
Definitely wants to get into the pocket, and that's what he wants to do his damage. Feeling like distance is going to be what this fight's all about. He's got to get inside and land hard shots.
Back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the Cruiserweight division. Presented to you by Mitt 45. Introducing to you first. Fighting out of the red corner. Tonight he wears green trimmed in gold and red. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. His official weight, 204.8 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle ready for bare knuckle fight number 4. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here is Kyle, the Irishman, McElroy. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears black, blue, and white. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 198.4 pounds. He holds a combined combat sports record of 23 fights, and tonight makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Socorro, New Mexico, here is Richard the Rattlesnake and our referee in charge of the action, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith, one of the best MMA referees in the world, the #1 MMA referee for the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Now happy to say making his bare knuckle fighting championship debut in this bout. Smith calling both fighters up to scratch. They stand 3 feet apart. Round #1, black trunks for Richard Montano. Gold trunks for Kyle McElroy. Hard jab from McElroy. Overhand right on the entry from Montano. Montano to the inside. Big shots. There's the right hand. Fast start from Montano. Reset from McElroy. Montano on the overhand. Right back to the inside. Left hand. Counter left hand from McElroy.
Montano's got to be careful right now. He's throwing a lot of wild punches. Those are so tiring.
Time called by Mark Smith. Montano claiming he was poked in the eye.
You see it? And I can see right there, McElroy was putting his hands out a lot. I didn't see if it actually got in the eye, but I wouldn't be surprised. And Sean, I am just amazed at how few times we do get eye pokes in this sport wearing no gloves, but it seems like it's not very frequent that we have that happen. Very rare.
Exceedingly rare. Such is the case now in this sequence.
I mean, Montano was coming out there throwing bombs, which are great if you land one, but if you don't, you got to be very careful because that's very tiring. So just like if a pitcher comes out and throws all fastballs, you only have so many fastballs. So you
hey, just be careful with the fingers. Accidental in the eye. All right, watch the fingers, both of you.
Montano giving up to 5 minutes to recover. He takes less than a minute. The medical clearance, right back to it. Round #1 resumes.
Right there, that's exactly what Kyle wants to do. Keep throwing those nice long jabs.
This right now is the range that Kyle McElroy wants. Overhand right on the entry for Montano. Again from McElroy. Montano now staying patient after a fast start. That jab just off the mark, but we saw the reaction that drew from Montano.
And that's what I like, some a little bit more feints right there from McElroy. Make your opponent guess, not let him be on where those punches are coming from.
Overhand right again on the entry from Montano. He took that well. 50 seconds remaining, round #1. Left hook from McElroy, just off the mark. There's the right hand. 2-3. Now the jab to the body. Clever sequence from Kyle McElroy. Overhand right, overhand left from Montano, exploding into the pocket. Big right hand and ruled a knockdown by referee Mark Smith.
And that's all it takes, Sean. When Montano gets in there, he lands those hard shots. That's what he's trying to do. Get in, explode, land those shots.
Hey, walk to me.
Mandatory 8, given to McElroy by Mark Smith. Right back to it with 20 seconds remaining, round #1. Montano showing his poise. This is 24th professional combat sports bout. His BKFC debut, and no rush, Chris, from Montano after recording the knockdown.
And I think that's a smart move because McElroy looked like he recovered very well.
The bell, that ends round #1.
And that knockdown was kind of against the flow of that fight, in my opinion. McElroy was doing a good job of staying long, kind of dictating the pace right there. You could always see when Montano was going in throwing those punches, if he landed one, he was going to do damage. Just a matter of when he does land it, and he landed it right into that round there.
As we look at the knockdown, remember, it's anything other than the soles of the fighter's shoes. If it's a legal punch.
Looks like he grabbed the rope there. I wonder if that's why they stopped that shot, because I'm not sure if anything else touched.
And I believe that's exactly what Mark Smith ruled, Chris, that McElroy would have hit the canvas if he had not grabbed the ring ropes. Thus, that's why Smith ruled it a knockdown. So presumably a 10-8 for Richard Montano in round 1. Here's round 2.
So that was a good job of refereeing right there.
From McElroy.
You get the impression that McElroy can do this for a long time. It just can't. Montaño continue to throw punches like that without getting tired and slow down.
Right back to it, orders Mark Smith. See a much higher, tighter striking guard from McElroy. Overhand right on the entry from Montaño. It's a very MMA punch, but it's been very effective thus far in this fight. Inside, good counter right hand from McElroy. Right hand, left hand from McElroy.
McElroy sees some blood right now. He better jump all over his opponent, but he's got to be careful when he does it. He can't come in there with his hands down.
See the shuffling, the playfulness now of McElroy. McElroy feeling he's taking control. Big shots covering up his Montaño. Huge shots from Montaño. Mark Smith taking a really close look. That is it. The come from behind win for Kyle McElroy.
McElroy is emphatic right now. He's still upset. That's just that release of energy. This is his fourth fight, Sean. He's been working so hard. He's been trying to get this victory. It finally happened. That outpour of emotion, sometimes you're going to go back and look and be like, man, I wish I hadn't done that. But, man, he was so excited after getting that win. Landed one good shot, and that was the end right there. It's just a matter of time right there. And the referee did a great job of waiting for the right time. But, I mean, McElroy just kept throwing punches. He earned that stoppage right there, Sean.
Great timing from referee Mark Smith in his BKFC debut. You see no complaint from Richard Montaño and absolute joy from Kyle McElroy. Again, full credit to McElroy. Completely rebuilding, remaking his physique, rebuilding, remaking his life as a professional fighter, and now win #1 for Kyle McElroy at Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
And like I said, you always have to like it when somebody's put in that kind of work and it pays off. You hate to see it when they just keep working, keep grinding, never to get that thrill of victory. McElroy got it right now. I mean, you'd really like to see Montaño come back and then Montoya.
Kyle McElroy down in round #1. Never touched the canvas, but referee Mark Smith ruled that McElroy would have touched the canvas had he not grabbed the ring ropes. A 10-8 round presumably for Montaño in round 1, then the finish in round 2 for Kyle McElroy. Here is Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Mark Smith, steps in and calls a stop to this fight at 55 seconds into round #2. For your winner by TKO, Kyle, the Irishman McElroy.
Sean, we talk about loving it when someone gets off the canvas to win. McElroy did it, finally came through, persevered, and really proud of this guy for what he's been able to accomplish.
Richard Montaño was really game in his BKFC debut. Indeed, recorded the knockdown in round #1, but Kyle McElroy coming back full force, taking over to the body, the flurry to the finish line, and win #1 in BKFC. Kyle McElroy from heavyweight to cruiserweight. Overcoming adversity against Richard Montaño. And then McElroy getting his game going in round #2. The flurry, the finish, the win. Victorious by way of second round KO. Kyle McElroy defeats Richard Montaño. Daniel Gary set for bout #3 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Michael Larimore set for his Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship debut. Big left hand and flat on his back goes Daniel Gary.
And that was a great counter left hand, just a little rock back, lean back, came right with that straight powerful left, laid it perfectly.
And just like that,
For your winner by KO, Michael Papa G.
Tim Hester 1-0 in BKFC. Jafar Fort 1-0 in BKFC. Jab counter right. 65 seconds remaining around #1. On the right hook, right back, and that's ruled a knockdown.
Thought that was more of a push, but
See the fade on the level change, overhand left, misses. Hester, that was clever jab hook. Southpaw now.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Guardian, go, Slaveski!
There's 100% going to be blood. You know, it's just going to be a war.
Down goes Connor Tierney. 10 seconds remaining. That is the stoppage. That is the win for Guillermo Slaveski.
You know I'm coming for that title.
The head movement, big right hand. This fight is over. Chris waves it off.
He is going to be a handful for anybody.
To the inside left hand. I am the blocking champion. Oh, wait, so let's go. Corey coming forward, right to the body, left hand.
Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is live from the Duke City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, inside the Tingley Coliseum with Keith Richardson, Derek Perez, John Dotson, and J.R. Ridge, all looking to make an impact. Plus, social media megastar Bryce Hall makes his bare knuckle debut against fan favorite G. Perez. This is BKFC 48, and it starts right now.
Championship is brought to you by Butt Up Energy Drink. From the champions born here like Johnny Tapia to the champions that train here like John Bones Jones and Holly Holm, Albuquerque is the perfect city to crown a new BKFC champion. We are live in the 505. Here's what's coming up on our main card. What's better than one Dotson? How about two Dotson? Eric Dotson's looking to stay undefeated tonight. We got a killer women's bout, and watch out for Josh Moreno and Jeremy Sauceda. Social media is buzzing for our feature fight. Viral influencer Bryce Hall is officially ready to toe the line to fight G. Perez. Bare knuckle, 100% BKFC rules. Keith the Rockstar Richardson is rapidly climbing the bantamweight mountain here at BKFC. But New Mexico's Derek Perez has other plans. A lot on the line in this one. One thing that John Dotson has proven in his two fights is that speed kills. But the magician might need a few more tricks when he faces 3-1 sensation J.R. Ridge for the inaugural BKFC Flyweight World Championship. Well, they are absolutely crammed in the Tingley Coliseum. Once again, this is what we do. When we come to Albuquerque, we obviously take it up a few notches. It's a big fight city, so you're going to see big fights tonight on this broadcast. So they've already gotten a taste of what we do here, folks. But as the kids say, this main card is busting. And if you want to get lit, all you got to do is get with DraftKings. $50 bonus bet for new customers. A $5 deposit will get you hooked up. Hit the QR code right there, and it's going to be BKFC 48 with that promo code, and you're ready to go. You're ready to rock. That's right. It's lit. It's litty. I'm using all of the young kid terms tonight, but let's go down to ringside with our commentary team of Sean Wheelock and Chris Lytle. This main event is nuts. Bryce Hall making his debut is nuts. Albuquerque is ready for some fights, Sean.
Cyrus, thank you very much. Chris, of course, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship led by David Feldman is belt on. No A-side versus B-side and no soft landings, whether you're Paige Van Zandt, Luke Rockholder, social media superstar Bryce Hall. Tonight in our feature fight at 165 pounds, Bryce Hall in his BKFC debut versus 3-0 G. Perez.
Like I said, three in a row right now for G. Perez. He's looking great so far. Given that's a very tough fight for Hall coming in right away, but Hall's used to pressure. That's what he does. He's a social media star. He was a wrestler. He understands pressure. He's going to come in against a very tough guy in G. Perez, and G feels a little disrespected. Being 3-0, he's fighting the guy in his debut.
Our co-main event set at 135 pounds. Both fighters enter 2-0. Keith Richardson versus Derek Perez.
Total different style right here. You're going to have one guy in Richardson, in and out, fast, technical, very good, has the dog in him, can do it when he wants to, but doesn't have to all the time. He proved that his last fight. Perez wants to get inside right there. Just no punches, trade the entire time. He wants to make a dog fight. He feels like his cardio's better and he can go in there and trade with anybody in the world.
Christine Faria is, of course, BKFC's dominant female 125-pound champion. She is in attendance tonight to watch the crowning of the first ever BKFC male 125-pound champion. Our main event for that strap, John Dodson versus J.R. Ridge.
Great fight right there. Dodson, this is everything he's always wanted. He's been so close to winning a world title in the UFC a few times. This is his chance. This is what he wants to do. He wants to be a world title holder. He's going to have that chance. However, J.R. Ridge, he's been training and fighting for a long time, Sean. This is everything he's worked for his entire life. He feels like this may be his one and only opportunity. He's got to prove that he can do that tonight.
Chris, your keys to victory for both main event fighters are presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Okay, what we have here, what Ridge has to do, he's got to slow down the pace. And by doing that, he's got to get inside, utilize the clinch, stay close to his opponent, and wear him down. He wants to take away space, be on the inside, and pushing his opponent around. And as he wears his opponent down, he wants to take him into the deep waters and drown him there, because we have not seen what John Dodson can do past the first round. That's what the game plan is, push him deep and drown him in that later rounds. Now, when it's going to come to John Dodson, John's got a totally different game plan. He wants to utilize that in and out motion. He's got to utilize his speed, his explosiveness. And when he goes out there, when he lands those hard shots, when he hurts his opponent, he's got to finish him. He cannot let him hang out and wait this fight go deep. He's got to end it early.
We open our BKFC 48 main card tonight with about 145 pounds. Crescent Tools brings you our tale of the tape for Mark Entenberg versus Derek Gates.
And you can see right here, Entenberg does have a 3-inch height advantage. However, it's only a 2-inch reach advantage. That's not much at this size, so this is going to be more about who's going to come out, implement game plan, control the range. It's probably that person that's going to win this fight, Sean.
4 fights in BKFC for Derek Gates, his most recent coming this past June when he defeated Cody Greenwood by first-round knockout.
And just look how much more relaxed and confident, understanding distance, understanding range. Look at Gates right there, hands down, confident, wait for the right time, exploding in on his shots, staying just outside of his opponent's range. That was a masterful performance. Looked so much better in that fight. Sometimes it's just the number of rounds you've been in there, experience, and that's what it looks like with Gates. Gates just keeps getting better as he continues to fight for us. Let's see if he can step it up this fight as well.
Derek Gates, set for his 6th bout in the sport of bare-knuckle fighting, his 5th promotionally in BKFC. Gates has also had 30 AMI MMA fights. In our fighter meeting, Derek Gates told us he's really been focusing on training, on being more precise with his punches. Gates said, I realized through 5 bare-knuckle fights that this sport is much more about accuracy than it is about power.
But it's also about defense. He's got to make sure he's keeping his hands up the entire fight. Really feels like he can get a second-round KO. Feels like he's going to do so by letting that left uppercut, but he's got to set that up to get that punch to land.
Gates also told us, I want to continually move, but I do not want to move backwards. Gates said, I believe that my movement will get my opponent, Mark Entenberg, to open up. Of Entenberg, Gates said, I know he has a strong Muay Thai base, but I think he's more of a kicker than a pure puncher.
Well, when it comes to this sport, he feels like experience is everything. He's got that experience advantage. He's going to utilize it.
Mark Entenberg, set for his BKFC debut in this, his home city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. In his corner will be the former UFC interim welterweight champion, Carlos Condit. Entenberg, a veteran of 6 pro Muay Thai bouts, 5 of which took place in Thailand. He's also had 1 AMI MMA bout. Entenberg was in the stands for the last 2 bare knuckle fighting championships here in New Mexico. He said, especially in Knuckle Mania 3 in Albuquerque in February, I knew that this is my new sport.
Sean, he loves it when people come forward and try to pressure him and fight. He feels like he's a pressure fighter, moves forward, comes the entire time to fight, and that's his style of fighting. He feels like he's going to get that in this fight.
Entenberg in our fighter meeting used the word intent. He said, I will keep coming forward, but I will come forward with intent. Entenberg, who's naturally right-handed, told us he's going to keep switching stances. He said, straight punches from both stances are my key to victory.
Understand he needs to establish the pace and the distance, but one thing he really understands, he's got to be elusive. He cannot trade punches and get hit too many times in bare knuckle.
To get us started for our main card, BKFC 48, we send it to the always outstanding Jeff Houston.
Hello, hello, hello! Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Tingley Coliseum. And welcome to the most exciting combat spurt on planet Earth today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BKFC 48! We are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Presented to you by Fubo TV. Watch live sports and TV without cable, including BKFC on Fubo TV. Start your 7-day free trial at FuboTV.com. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears white. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. His official weight, 143.2 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle, ready for bare knuckle fight number 4. Fighting out of Eagle, Idaho, here is Derek the Bug Gates. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears blue. He stands an even 6 feet tall. His official weight, an even 145 pounds. He holds a pro Muay Thai record of 6 fights, and tonight makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, here is Mark the Nomad Entenberg. And our referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
You just saw Carlos Condit in the corner of his fighter, Mark Entenberg. Entenberg said, I expect a fast, aggressive, and rugged start from Derek Gates. Work to the clinch, slow him down in the clinch, and be very heavy in the clinch. Round number 1. Blue trunks for Mark Entenberg, white trunks for Derek Gates, and just like that, down goes Derek Gates, flat on his back, and now taking the count from Kerry Hatley.
And Sean, you can just see the power difference right there. Entenberg just went in one little left hook, and that put his opponent down. Gates has got to be careful here.
Touch of hands. Step in on the right hand. You can see that wide Muay Thai stance in Entenberg. I feel that he wants to throw that real right kick, Chris.
You better not do it this time. Just throw that right hand.
Throws the right hand on the entry to the inside. Comes Derek Gates.
Right.
There's the hard half Thai club from Entenberg. 15 remaining, round number 1.
And we talked about wanting to get in, getting that clinch right there. Probably has a very good clinch from using all that Muay Thai.
The overhead right, knockdown number 2.
Sean, like I just said, that's a power difference right there. Even if it's not a clean shot, those are hard punches that Derek Gates is taking right there.
Mandatory 8 count from Kerry Hatley. Gets back to his feet, sporting touch of hands. See the poise of Mark Entenberg, no rush. Methodical, coming forward again. He said, I will come forward with intent, but coming forward with the left hand is Derek Gates. Gates just landed his most significant punch of this fight, but now taking the left and the right. More big shots and knockdown number 3 on the right to the body.
That was a good right hand. He saw what was open. It was that body right there. Landed a good shot, but Gates just tough as nails. Just keep getting that.
20 seconds remaining, round number 1. Gates telling Kerry Hatley he wants to continue, and we will continue. Entenberg so sporting, touching the hands. staying methodical, staying measured, looking on the good side of a 10-6 round, but making a 10-7 round on the right hand by Derek Gates. 4 knockdowns in round number 1. So a 10-6 round goes to a 10-7, and that is the end of round number 1.
And Sean, that is why we love it that they don't have the 3 knockdown rule. Gates got up each time. You could tell the cobwebs were not there. He was fine, able to land a right hand shot. There was that first, just a left hand very early in that fight. You can just see that power difference right there. Here's a second knockdown, just a clubbing overhand right. Like I said, you can see the power right there that Edinburgh has. Straight right hand, great job. Edinburgh got a little sloppy, a little wild, maybe a little cocky thinking, I got this fight. This is bare knuckle, you don't have that.
Carlos Condit in the corner of Mark Entenberg.
I would imagine he's telling him, be a little bit tighter. Don't open yourself with these counter shots. That might have been a wake-up call for Edinburgh to understand this isn't going to be that easy. This guy's coming to knock my head off.
Derek Gates, oh, he's so tough, so game. Dropped 3 times in round number 1 and then drops Entenberg in the closing seconds of the opening round. Momentum up for grabs right now, Chris, as we start round number 2. Down on his knee. Kerry Hatley calling an eye poke and now calling time.
And Sean, I'd like to see if that was an eye poke or if that's a fist that did that. If you get hit with a fist and if it gets it in the eyeball, that should be fight over.
Kerry Hatley just confirming to our outside referees. Andrew Glenn and Mark Smith, it was fingers extended and an eye poke.
Well, you can see Edinburgh right there begging to differ. He's throwing it like he had his fist right there.
He says he got eye poke, but I think
Oh, that did not look like a poke at all, Sean. Close fist it looked like.
If it's the knuckle in the eyeball, it's legal. If it's a finger extended, it's illegal. Dr. Don Muzi, their anesthesiologist, the chief physician for Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at every event working tonight. In conjunction with the New Mexico Athletic Commission, and this fight is over. We'll see how Kerry Hatley rules this.
We got to hope that they get this right because that was clearly a fist.
After some discussion, I believe that they're now saying that this is a punch and this is going to be a knockout win for Mark Entenberg.
And Sean, we have had that happen several times. Sometimes people get hit with a punch like that, hits a fight in the eyeball, and you're done. The fight is over. They cannot continue. And so I'm glad to see that they are calling that correctly. I hope so.
It wasn't no eye poke. Hey, it wasn't no eye poke.
Andrew Glenn, the outside referee, off microphone, off camera, confirming to me this will be a knockout win for Mark Entenberg after discussion. I love this in BKFC, just like the NFL. If you're not right the first time, get together, figure it out, and get it right. That's ultimately what matters. And the determination, great discussion. Kerry Hatley, the 2 outside referees, Mark Smith, Andrew Glenn in consultation with Dr. Don Muzi, the New Mexico State Athletic Commission, Chris, saying no, it was in fact a legal punch, therefore the win for Mark Entenberg.
And Sean, I love the fact that they got that right, but even more important in my point of view is we had a guy, somebody's getting off the canvas to win, they let that fight go, Edinburgh got up after getting hurt and still got the knockout. I love that when people get up off the canvas. It happened twice to us already tonight.
We send it to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our ringside physician in attendance steps in and calls a stop to this fight at 14 seconds into round number 2. For your winner by TKO, Mark the No Man Entenberg.
Great fight for Edinburgh. Like I said, he learned a lot that fight, got up off the canvas, understands this sport a lot better now, knows you can't be sloppy, you got to be tight the entire time. Great victory.
Mark Entenberg dropping Derek Gates 3 times in succession in round number 1, only for Gates to drop Entenberg in the closing stages of round number 1. Round number 2, the knockdown initially ruled an eye poke after consultation and review determined correctly to be a legal punch, and that is game, set, match. The winner, by way of second-round TKO, Mark Entenberg defeats Derek Gates.
We the people are desperate for common ground. On this, we agree. Those who protect our freedom and families deserve our unwavering support. We give it through folds of honor. We the people have found what unites us. We will meet sacrifice with hope. Join us.
Guardian, go, Slaveski!
100% gonna be blood. You know, it's just gonna be a war.
Down goes Connor Tierney. 10 seconds remaining. That is the stoppage. That is the win for Guillermo Slaveski.
You know I'm coming for that title.
The head movement, big right hand. This fight is over. Waves it off.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
To the women's strawweight division we go. Sydney Smith versus Melanie Shaw. Our tale of the tape is presented by Crescent Tools.
And Sean, the only thing significant here, in my view, is the fact that Melanie was a few pounds overweight. A lot of times that could be the flight over, that could be not the right diet, I'm not real sure, but a lot of times that shows that one person had to struggle more to make weight, one person didn't, so let's see if that makes a difference here in the cardio.
Melanie Shaw made her bare-knuckle fighting championship debut last November. She defeated Matilda Wilson by split decision.
And you can see here Melanie Shaw, what she does and does well is pressure. She came forward the entire time, stayed in her opponent's face, didn't care if she was getting hit. She's got to be careful doing that. I mean, you can win some fights like that, but look at her face right there. Every time she got hit, she just came forward with harder shots. So that's what she wants to do, come forward, get in her opponent's face, pressure. She feels like pressure makes diamonds. That's what she wants to make. Maybe come in here, throw hard shots, get the victory.
From Birmingham, England, Melanie Shaw. Her first fight in the United States, entering 1-0 in BKFC. Shaw's had 4 amateur boxing bouts in her native United Kingdom, as well as 15 unsanctioned bare-knuckle underground fights. At our fighter meeting, Shaw said that she wants to utilize constant, smart aggression. Shaw said, very clear-eyed and straight-faced, I would rather get knocked out than have a cautious, boring fight.
Yes, but she has to think a little bit more defensively right now, but like you said, be smart when she does it. Forward pressure, but has to be careful of doing so. Don't be too open to these counter shots.
Shaw also told us on our fighter meeting she wants to keep flowing from the pocket to the clinch, but stay on the inside. Of her opponent, Sydney Smith, this women's 115-pound bout, she said, my main concern with Smith is that she controls from range. She said, I know Smith wants the time, she wants the space. It's imperative I take away both from her.
One thing she said about her opponent, too, she's not worried about her power, so she's got to be careful with that. Coming in thinking you can trade. Sometimes you can, sometimes you got to be careful with that.
Sydney Smith made her bare-knuckle fighting championship debut this past May. She defeated Andy Wynn by unanimous decision.
And Smith did a great job. She was fighting a very tough Andy Wynn who moves a lot. Smith was upset that she didn't get to put on the exciting fight she wanted to. She wants to get in her opponent's face and throw punches the entire time. I think she's got the right opponent here. This is going to be a great one, Joe.
Birmingham, England, and Melanie Shaw to Waynesboro, Virginia, and Sydney Smith. Smith, like Shaw, entering 1-0 in BKFC. Sydney Smith has also had 1 pro MMA bout, 8 AMI MMA bouts, 1 in AMI Muay Thai. Smith told us, I have to be more active than in my bare knuckle fighting championship debut versus Andy Wynn this past May. I know that against Melanie Shaw. Smith, who is naturally right-handed, as she did in her unanimous decision win this past May versus Andy Wynn, said, I will keep switching stances. That was something she did very effectively, Chris, in her bare knuckle fighting championship debut.
She was very adamant she wanted to put on an entertaining fight. She did her homework right here. She feels like her opponent lacks head movement, lacks angles. She's going to come straight forward. So she wants to engage in her opponent and engage smart.
Smith said, I have to establish my jab from range. I'm going to target Shaw's body more so than her head, and I feel that if we work to the inside, I can take full control of the clinch.
She knows her opponent's going to come forward, so as her opponent throws that right hand, she wants to angle to defend. But the main thing was that she feels like she's got to control the pace. Whoever controls the pace is going to win this fight in her team.
Smith said, my main concern of my opponent, Melanie Shaw, is her right hand. She will throw it constantly. I'm fully aware I have to keep hitting angles and move effectively when she throws that right hand.
In that jab, she wants to utilize the jab. As her opponent comes forward, pop the jab, move, stay out of the way, make her pay each time she tries to stay forward.
Once again, Jeff Houston.
Fight fans of Albuquerque, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the women's strawweight division, presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight she wears black and camouflage. She stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, her official weight 118.6 pounds. She holds an undefeated BKFC record at 1-0. Fighting out of Birmingham, England, here is Melanie Shaw. And across the ring, her opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, she wears red trimmed in white and black. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. Her official weight, 115.4 pounds. She also holds an undefeated BKFC record at 1-0. Fighting out of Waynesboro, Virginia, here is Sydney Sundance Smith. And our referee in charge of the action, Mark Smith.
Melanie Shaw's husband, who is also her trainer, Habs Shaw, in her corner. They devised a strategy that's all about pressure. Both Habs Shaw and Melanie Shaw said, I believe Sydney Smith will really struggle with constant pressure. Knuckle up from referee Mark Smith. Round number 1, and to the surprise of no one, a fast start and a right hand from Sydney Smith drops Melanie Shaw.
You got to be careful with that pressure coming before. She wasn't worried about her opponent's power. I think she will be now.
Here's the mandatory 8 given to Shaw by Mark Smith. Right back to it. To the inside comes Melanie Shaw. Half-time pump snatch by Smith. Big right hand. To the body goes Melanie Shaw. You thought this would be a wide-open fight, Chris. It is so far. To the inside. Half-time plump snatch by Smith.
Stop! Right.
Call of break from referee Mark Smith.
It's a wild clinch right there.
Smith is talking to Shaw about grabbing the top of Smith. There's the hard warning. There's the hard left hand from Smith. Right back to the inside comes Melanie Shaw. To the body goes Shaw. To the body and the head with the left hand goes Smith. You saw the fight from Newcastle, England. Melanie Shaw versus Matilda Wilson this past November in BKFC. It looked a lot like this in terms of space. All on the inside.
That's where Shaw's doing a great job of making her opponent fight her game plan right now. Forcing that distance.
Call of break from referee Mark Smith, and now a call of time from Mark Smith. Here's a 1-point deduction, and that's excessive holding. You see Smith, the first warning for Shaw was holding the top of Smith. Now the point deduction, excessive holding, this time Shaw holding the back of Smith's head, indeed grabbing her hair. So 1-point deduction, time in. And Shaw back to the inside with the right hand. Just a full tie plum now, snatched by Sydney Smith in the separation from Mark Smith.
Sydney Smith has got to land some hard shots as an opponent tries to come forward.
Smith, as you see, cut under her left eye, and a big right hand to that cut from Shaw. Smith now circling back on the left hand. With the knockdown right now, Shaw is on the bad end of a 10-7 round, but undeterred into the clinch. Shaw swinging, but now a right hand to the body from Sydney Smith. Left hand from Shaw. Shaw cut under her left eye. That is the end of round one.
You can just tell right now, Shaw's game plan is to wear her opponent out. It looks working right now. Sydney Smith looks very tired after only one round.
OnlyFans gives you our exclusive look at the arrival of one half of our main event. J.R. Ridge, you will see him tonight versus John Dodson. The winner becomes the first ever BKFC men's 125-pound world champion. And I'd like to see fighter Ryan Reber in the entourage.
Sorry about that, John. I'd like to see Smith right here utilize some more lateral movement. She can just not let her opponent push her back against some ropes.
So presumably a 10-7 round number one for Sydney Smith, recording the knockdown. 1-point deduction for Melanie Shaw for excessive holding. Round number two. Immediately into the clinch. Chris, the great Teddy Atlas once told me, in boxing, everyone says they want to be an inside fighter, but you really have to want to be an inside fighter. Melanie Shaw is definitely an inside fighter. She wants to be an inside fighter. She always is, and to the inside she goes.
That's just a grueling style right there. You can wear your opponent out just by getting inside, pushing them around, landing hard shots. And a lot of punches being thrown right here by both fighters, but especially Shaw.
For Sydney Smith, this is literally the polar opposite. She's gone from North Pole to South Pole from her fight versus Andy Wynn in her BKFC debut this past May. That was about space, about distance. This
one hand.
Shoulder bump from Shaw to the inside. Just in the side headlock position. That draws the break from referee Mark Smith.
And just look at the pace slow right here. You can tell how tired Smith is already. This is an exhausting pace. Shaw has a very tiring style to fight against.
The fighters cut. Both cut into the left eye. So coming with Richard Melanie Shaw's nose. There's the right hand from Shaw with 40 seconds remaining round two. This is now formed under Sydney Smith's right eye. Slight abrasion under Melanie Shaw's right eye. Naked two, the naked right hand without the jab setup from Shaw.
And just look at Sydney Smith now wide open. She's got to be careful. You get hit in that jaw, you can definitely break it.
Just saw a call for action from referee Mark Smith. To the body, hard with the right hand goes Smith. Shaw on the reset. 10-second clap. Stretch drive now, round number two. Switch of stances for Sydney Smith. Back to orthodox. There's the 1-2, then the hook from Shaw. Shaw off the jab before the bell. Next stop, round three.
When your moment finally arrives, and all your hard work, dedication, and loyalty to your craft is clear for all to see, your results will speak for themselves. Because when you need the hardest hitting tools on the market, you reach for the brand that always knows how to throw down, each and every time. Unbelievable. Crescent Tools, trusted by the trades.
Sean, when we talked about just what a tiring style this is, you have to see what Sydney Smith is going to have to adjust out there, figure out a way to stop her opponent from pushing her around and fighting her game plan. Sydney Smith has got to fight her game plan. Control the pace, control the range.
Right hook. Jab, jab, two moves. Jab, jab, two. The whole fucking round. Jab, jab, six.
Got to be more precise with those counters. As soon as Shaw comes in, she's got to land a hard, significant shot to back her off.
Total line. Knuckle up.
Round number three. Forward off from scratch comes the Englishwoman Melanie Shaw. Shaw on the jab. to the body, hooked in the head from Smith. That was clever. Entry on the right hand, on the left hand. Back to the inside, exactly where she wants to be is Melanie Shaw. And Smith rights to the body. Separation from Mark Smith. Entry on the right hand from Shaw after the diversionary jab. Now Shaw to the body. Smith for the underhook for the turn.
Stop! Right!
Trying to grab the half tie plug, can't do so. 30 seconds remaining, round 3. 1-2 now from Shaw. It's the right hand. Heavy pressure to the inside.
Stop! Right! Come on, guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Mark Smith doing a great job, Chris, of keeping this fight flowing.
You can just tell right now, Shaw just has very little energy right there because she wants to make her opponent stop throwing these hard shots, so it's very difficult to do that.
Big sequence on the flurry to the head from Melanie Shaw. Smith trying to clinch defensively. Smith blood now in Shaw's right shoulder. That is Smith's blood. The fighter's bleeding. With her left eye. Switch of stances again from Sydney Smith. On the right hand, entry from Shaw. To the body. Almost a full tie plum grab by Sydney Smith.
It just shows how many more punches are thrown and landed right now for Shaw.
That's a good sequence from Smith. Really clever on the turn, then rights to the body. Good turn right back from Shaw.
Let's go, stay busy, turn around. Knock him off, let's go, let's go.
For action again from Mark Smith. Straight punches forward from Shaw. Smith taking herself against the ring ropes. Short to the body goes Shaw with the left hand. We move to round 4.
Just exhausted right now is Sydney Smith. She's going to have to figure out a way to stop this momentum right
cut
now.
That angle sooner before she can lay on you. Hey, listen to me. This is where we dig deep, right? Let's go get this fucking win. She is sucking air more than you are, right? So let's touch her, let's move, let's not let her lay on you. That's her cross and laying on you is all she's got.
I need 2 rounds of that, Mel. So Mel, double jab right hand, Mel. Deep breath. Fuck the tires, she's been tired. Double jab right hand, Mel. You hear me? The shit's there the whole fucking time. Double jab right hand. Then add a hook. But don't come in without a double jab. Got it? Okay. Deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. Deep breath. Go, deep breath. You gotta take a deep breath, Mel. Get the water.
And Shaw, that is the beauty of using that inside clinch the way that Shaw has. You slow your opponent down so much. So you throw that double jab right in, that's there. It wasn't there earlier, though. She tried to do it early, and she got knocked down the first round trying to get inside.
Hold on. Knock him up.
Number 4 underway. Forward off from scratch comes Melanie Shaw. Forwards off from scratch goes Sydney Smith. Smith also on the slide step looking to counter. Inside comes Melanie Shaw. Short to the body. Smith trying to throw the right uppercut to the body. See the overhook held by Shaw. Lets that go to throw the left to the body. More lefts to the body on the uppercut from Melanie Shaw. Good turn from Sydney Smith. Mark Smith. Huge smear of blood on the face of Melanie Shaw.
And look at that, just so many more punches being thrown and landed by Shaw right now. Just overwhelming the volume.
Shaw was coming to her left eye, now she's come outside of her right eye. Freely from that right eye cut to the pocket. Now comes Sydney Smith. To the body, right to the head on the hook from Shaw. In the center circle, Shaw misses the 1-2. Smith again, switch of stances. This is clearly about range. Smith wants the range, she wants the long jab, Shaw wants the inside.
And when Shaw comes inside, she's dominating. Man, she's paying the price for getting inside. Look at her face, it's a mess right now.
One hand clinch.
A different era, this would be called a phone booth, or if you're in the UK, a phone box fight. Since no one under 30 knows what either is, that's a dead reference. We will say this is a complete inside fight.
Keep your head up. Let's go. Knock him up.
Closing seconds, round number 4. Smith again resetting from the outside. Shaw again coming to the inside. flurry from Shaw to the head. Smith covering up. Big shots from Melanie Shaw. There is the bell as we move to the 5th and final round.
What a huge finish right there for Shaw. She was down. If it had any more time, they might have stopped her. Shaw, one more fucking round. This could be a tight fight, in my opinion.
It's on the bottom, it's not.
And just look how this goes right here. Shaw coming forward, Sydney Smith ducking, throwing some punches back right now, but now she's just in cover-up defensive mode, waiting for the end of the round. You've got to be careful doing that. They have stopped it for less.
Listen. It's okay, it's okay. Listen. I'm gonna dry. Give me the towel. I got a towel right here. Come here.
Ryan Perez, as well as Melanie Shaw's husband, have Shaw in her corner.
Mel, you gotta push right now.
I feel like this comes down to this round. I'm not sure if Sydney Smith is going to be able to suck it up and fire back enough as many punches. She's so tired right now because of this smothering style of Shaw right now.
Chris, so if one were to give the last 3 rounds, 2, 3, and 4 to Melanie Shaw, after the 10-7 round for Sydney Smith with the knockdown for the 1-point deduction of Shaw, we are looking at 37-37.
That's why I keep saying it's coming down to this round.
I'm not saying that's the score. I'm not saying that's my unofficial scorecard. I'm playing a what-if. Both fighters, as Chris just said, have to think this is must-win, and they're fighting like it's must-win as we enter the 5th and final round. Turn from Smith. Turn right back from Melanie Shaw. In the clinch, walking through the center circle. Tight on the underhook from Shaw, now to the body.
You can just see almost doubling up in Shaw on the number of punches. Right there. Those are head strikes. Smith's got to suck it up right now and push forward if she wants to get this win, because she cannot let her opponent push her back if she wants to have a chance.
Switch of stances back and forth for Sydney Smith. Shaw from the orthodox stance in the clean 1-2. There's the jab. Good entry right hand counter right hook from Shaw after Smith landed. 60 seconds remaining in this fight.
Smith has got to push forward. She cannot continue to back up and try and counter.
Again to the inside. Hooks to the body from both fighters. Smith trying to find leverage on those hooks with her back against the ropes, and Shaw pressing legally forward. Heavy in the clinch goes the Englishwoman from Birmingham, Melanie Shaw. Turn now for the American from Virginia, Sydney Smith. Smith has done exceedingly well in those turns.
Does a good job of turning, but he's not able to break and strike.
The reset, 25 seconds remaining in this fight. Both fighters from the center circle. Shaw again coming forward. Step backwards for Shaw now. Smith coming forward out of the center circle off the long jab. 2-3 from Shaw. It's been rugged. It's been grueling. We're about to go the full 5 rounds. There is the bell. Sydney Smith versus Melanie Shaw have gone the distance.
Very close right there. Could be a split decision.
Again, Chris, it's almost indisputable that round 1 is going to go 10-7 from our 3 New Mexico judges for Sydney Smith. Smith knocking down Shaw, and then Shaw, after the initial warning for grabbing the top of Smith, and it was a hard warning from referee Mark Smith, then Smith taking away a point on the second hold. Smith determining it was the grabbing the back of the head/hair. So that's a 10-7, almost assuredly. So then we look at rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And a lot of those were dominated right there by Shaw, pushing the pace, pushing her opponent into the ropes. The last round I felt like was the closest one.
So as we said at the start of round number 5, if one were to give rounds 2, 3, and 4 10-9 to Shaw, that's 37-37 going into that 5th and final round. Our final strike stats for this women's strawweight bout presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
385, a lot of punches being thrown. Both was about the same on accuracy, but man, a lot of punches being thrown by Shaw. And look at that inside the clinch. That's a huge amount, almost 177 punches thrown inside the clinch, 154 landed. That is a unbelievably high amount of punches inside the clinch.
Melanie Shaw from inside the ring, but coming over to our commentary position, leaning over the ring ropes, telling us that she feels very good about this performance. She just said to us, Chris, it's all about my right hand.
Well, I know she had to talk about the last time I mentioned she wasn't throwing enough jabs, and she said she had her hand, so.
We shall see. We send it to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, our judges at ringside are all in agreement at 47-46. For your winner, by unanimous decision, Melanie Shaw!
Huge comeback there, Sean. Tasted the canvas, gave up a point. Just continue to stay the course, grind her opponent down. Great victory.
And Chris, what that math means is that Sydney Smith indeed got to 10-7 round number 1, and then Melanie Shaw came back to win rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5. Tenacious. Well done from Sydney Smith. She is a talented fighter and still very relevant in BKFC women's 115-pound division. Smith recording the knockdown in round number 1. Melanie Shaw, though, settling in, and in the eyes of the 3 New Mexico judges ringside, winning rounds 2 through 5 to get the victory. The winner, by way of unanimous decision, Melanie Shaw defeats Sydney Smith. John Dodson twice fought for a world title in the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Tonight he faces J.R. Ridge to become the first ever BKFC men's flyweight world titleist.
Inside the left hand from Dodson. Dodson landing again, and that's a clean knockdown.
The style that I have is crazy, fast, and explosive. I want to be known as the world's most dangerous striker. And what better way to do it without no gloves than just my fists?
Right hand, left hand, we might be done.
I keep on telling everybody I'm willing to sacrifice my hands every time I step into the square circle. And J.R. Ridge is being very comfortable, being very safe, and I don't care about that. I want to sit there and deliver much punishment in the short amount of time that I get to be in there. Everybody knows my motto means speed kills, and I am the fastest thing alive. J.R. Ridge likes to be fancy with his footwork, try to throw heavy power punches, but he gasses himself out because he doesn't have enough in his tank. Ooh, I see me knocking him out in the first round, dropping him 6 times. I want to keep on knocking you down when I win this world title. I want to make it memorable for everybody.
And I'm backstage here with one half of our main event, fighting for the inaugural BKFC Flyweight Championship, the magician John Dodson. John, you're doing it again. You're making the walk right here in your hometown of Albuquerque, but this time, World Championship is on the line. Does it feel any different tonight?
Absolutely not. Because of the fact that I'm already at home, the belt's just gonna be back here because we already know I'm the baddest man alive.
Let me ask you this, J.R. Ridge feels confident he could beat you. Is there anything you're worried about from his game tonight?
Nothing, because I know myself. I know I'm the true champion in this division. Not only that, everybody is always very confident before they get hit in the mouth.
So there it is, folks. Could he be your first ever BKFC Flyweight Champion? John Dodson ready for the main event. It's going down tonight here in the Tingley Coliseum. Now let's go to your Crescent Tools. Tell the tape.
To the middleweight division we go. Donald Sanchez versus Blake Lacaze.
And Sean, it jumps out the page at you right here. A 7-inch height advantage, a 7-inch reach advantage. Blake Lacaze has got to utilize that jab and that reach to keep Sanchez from getting close enough to do damage.
3 fights in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship for Blake Lacaze, including this past February when he defeated Brett Williams by 3rd round tap.
And Sean, we talked about that reach and that jab. Look, every time he throws that, he can do damage. A great job. This is a good range fighter, but at the same time, he does damage with it. He told us in our interviews we haven't even seen his real power with that right hand because he hasn't needed to yet. Definitely wants to utilize that in this fight. Land that hard right hand, but control the range with this jab. He's tall enough, he's long enough, he understands range enough, and he utilizes, he's going to be tough to beat.
You see Jab City on the back of his vest, and that's what Blake Lacaze, entering his 4th Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship bout, wants to be Jab City. In our fighter meeting, Lacaze said, "This is all about my jab." Lacaze, also a veteran of 20 pro boxing bouts. Lacaze said, "My mindset entering this, my 4th fight in BKFC, is to be continually aggressive and aggressive at range behind my jab."
But one thing, he wants to make sure he doesn't take his foot off the gas the entire fight. Last time he felt like he was doing a great job landing things. It just takes 1 second. If you look away for 1 second, you don't keep your hands up, you don't keep everything perfect, the fight could be over. He wants to make sure this time he's fighting a much smarter fight.
Lacaze also told us in our fighter meeting, "I want to utilize constant lateral movement. I cannot allow myself to be pushed directly backwards by my opponent, Donald Sanchez. From distance, I have to land not just clean punches, but hard punches."
Talked about throwing that jab, that 1-2, but he also wants to make sure he's following with that 3. It's that second punch coming from that left hand that can do a lot of damage. He hasn't shown it yet, but he wants to do that tonight.
Of Donald Sanchez, Lacaze's opponent in this middleweight fight, he said, "I think his best attribute as a fighter is to be a brawler. He's going to keep trying to come in. I cannot let either happen. I can't let him brawl. I can't let him establish himself on the inside."
Very confident was Lacaze. He feels like this is going to be over within the first 3 rounds.
Donald Sanchez set for fight number 2 in BKFC. You hear the pop for Sanchez, and this is home city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Sanchez, a veteran of 73 pro MMA bouts, including 2 in Bellator. He's also had 12 pro boxing matches. Sanchez said, "Going into my BKFC debut, I really thought that I could just treat this as a boxing match. I understand now this is a lot closer to MMA. Sanchez said, "I want to utilize my MMA movement, my MMA angles, and my MMA dirty boxing."
Well, utilize that boxing. He said, "This isn't boxing. You have to be moving forward." Wants to be aggressive. Feels like he definitely needs to get inside against the guy with the reach and range like his opponent.
Sanchez also told us, "I absolutely cannot get stuck on the outside. If I can get to the inside, I feel that I will dominate not just in the pocket, but most especially in the clinch versus Blake Lacaze. I'm going to throw overhands to get to the inside, MMA style overhands."
And we talk about head movement, pushing off the back foot to get inside behind the jab. That's not what Sanchez says. He's throwing bombs to get inside. He feels like he's going to get in there. He's going to land a left hook, and that's going to be all she wrote.
This is very intriguing at 175 pounds. To get us started, we send it back to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division, presented to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black and red. He stands 6 feet 7 inches tall. His official weight, an even 174 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle, ready for bare knuckle fight number 4. Fighting out of West Monroe, Louisiana, by way of Pioneer, Louisiana. Here is Big Boy Blake Lacaze. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears white trimmed in blue, gold, and black. He stands an even 6 feet tall. His official weight, 175.2 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle for the 2nd time. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, here is Donald Sanchez. And our referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
6 foot tall Donald Sanchez, first up to scratch. Soon to be joined at scratch by 6'7" Blake Lacaze. In our fighter meeting, Lacaze told us he would do this. He's a right-handed fighter. He said, "I will start southpaw at scratch to disrupt and confuse Donald Sanchez." He told us he would do it, Chris, and he did it there.
Sanchez is a veteran. It's going to be hard to disrupt him just by changing stances.
Staying in southpaws, the naturally right-handed, naturally orthodox Blake Lacasse. Lacasse did say after starting as he did at lefty, he would continually switch stances.
You see a different energy this fight from Sanchez than you did the first fight.
Sanchez in the orthodox stance. Resetting, looking for that overhand right. Long jab from Lacasse off the mark. Sanchez. There's the right hand on the entry. Lacasse. We'll start from both men, and there's a big left hook that lands from Donald Sanchez. 65 seconds remaining, round number 1. Some heavy feints from Sanchez. He has just missed with the short, sweeping right hook.
And Lacasse is just waiting to throw that counter punch, waiting for his opponent to come in.
On the left hook. To the inside. Right landed on the chest from Sanchez. 5 seconds remaining, round number 1. Sanchez on the left hand. As we so often talk about range fights, quintessential range fight, and that is a clean left hand that drops Blake Lacasse from the inside range.
That left hook that he was talking about, he felt like he's going to get in, land that left hook, take his opponent out. Let's see if he steps on the gas right now.
Sanchez immediately coming forward, 20 seconds remaining, round number 1. Sanchez, another big left hand. As on his back foot. Sanchez desperate with that right in the left hand. Sanchez forward again, big right hand. Perez took that exceedingly well. Sanchez, another left hand. The bell, that ends round number 1.
And you can definitely see the game plan for both guys right here. The problem is Lacasse has got to be perfect. He's got to keep continuing to keep those hands in the right position. If just one punch sneaks in for Sanchez, he's going to go down.
Don't telegraph that level change. Pump fake it a little. Get him to bite. Mix up that entry.
You can see right here that left hand didn't even land clean, but if you get in there with that kind of power, land it on the chin, that's all it takes.
You're there. You coming over this one? Come right down. You gotta work. Keep your hands moving. Keep moving. Let that hand sit
double up on that jab move. Double up on it, all right? A little more lateral move. Don't go straight back. That's when they caught you. You're going straight back. Step left and right, okay? Give them an angle. Come on. Give them an angle. All right?
Great advice right there from the corner of Lacasse. You cannot back straight up, because when you get caught backing straight up, hands down, you're gonna get knocked down. Lateral movement makes it much easier.
Round 2,
most likely a 10-8 round number 1 for Donald Sanchez. Recording the knockdown, sporting touch of hands. To round number 2 we go. Off the jab, big right hand from Blake Lacasse. It's the power 2 we talked about. Off of the long jab from range to the inside comes Sanchez. Sanchez now framing.
Watch the hold, watch the forearm. Ready?
He's saying you have to be active in the clinch. If you're going to frame, you better be throwing right after it. Jab from Lacasse, just off the mark, but took Sanchez off the striking line. 1-1-2, both off the mark. But again, Sanchez reacting and moving.
And the striking looks a little bit more crisp right now for Blake Lacasse. Going with bad intentions.
Sanchez looking to time his entry. He's sitting center circle.
You can see right here, more head strikes done for Lacasse, but a better percentage for Sanchez right there.
Overhand just misses from Donald Sanchez. There's the clean jab from Blake Lacasse.
That's a fast, hard, accurate jab right there.
As for the briefest of moments, switching back to southpaw. In that gap, Sanchez tried to explode. 40 seconds remaining, round 2 of this middleweight fight.
This is where Lacasse is at his best right now, dictating the range pace, throwing those nice hard shots.
The hook entry, overhand right, another overhand right. Short punches to the inside. Sanchez right hands again over the top. Those are big, effective shots. Into the pocket goes Donald Sanchez. Soft warning from Kerry Hatley to Sanchez, grabbing the back of Lacasse's head. The battle for distance continues. Distance solved for the moment by Sanchez. To the inside. Another big right hand from Sanchez. Sanchez Lessons with that right hand. Lacaz resetting on the outside. The bell. We are through 2 rounds.
That was a great job for Sanchez right there. I felt like he was losing the first part of that round. Might have came through in solo at the end. A little flurry right there, landing some hard shots.
You evaluate my hand.
I need another toe.
Nobody winning inside. Rumble on that body, break him down.
Oh, and you can just hear that right there. Did you hear that right hand? That's why people love bare knuckle. You can hear that right hand land flush, land clean. I am really impressed with Sanchez's ability to take that hard shot.
Take it to that body, you break him down. You got his ass, you know you do. You're breaking his will. Get some water, son.
We just heard the seconds out whistle. Confirmation that round number 3 is upon us.
All right, gentlemen, we're at round number 3. Back up just a little bit for me on the line. All right, gentlemen, toe the line.
The fighters standing 3 feet apart at
Ready?
scratch.
Knuckle up.
And that starts the 3rd round. There's that long jab from Lacaz.
I like to see him doubling that up.
There's the right hand.
Stepping each time, closing a lot more distance.
He's again flicking his jab. Just trying to be patient. Lacaz getting his jab going from range.
There was that double jab I talked about. The second one landed.
That is stiff. Stiff, clean, effective from range. There's the hook jab from Lacaz just off the line. Jab again. Sanchez, you see the cut on the bridge of his nose. Number 2. He's patient. We've seen Sanchez at this stage in the fight, and with that on cue, Sanchez explodes to the inside with the right hand. Right now, though, the range, the pace, this is exactly what Blake Lacaz wants. Sanchez slowly coming forward off the left hook. Good stiff jab by Lacaz.
So hard sometimes, Sean, to get inside against a guy with a range like that. Every time you step forward, that jab's right there. You always got to be worried about it.
As again on the long jab. The one is working for Lacaz here in round number 3. To the inside, a hard push-off. Soft warning by Kerry Hatley. No complaint, just the rub of the head from Blake Lacaz. Lacaz has no MMA experience. Sanchez, 73 pro MMA bouts. Closing seconds, round number 3. You thought this would be intriguing, and most definitely it is. Stop number 4.
Much better round there for Lacaz. We talked about he has to always be perfect with this style. And he did a very good job that round. Didn't take any big punches, control the pace, control the range.
Finding that range now.
4th round, Bryce. 4th round. 2 more to go.
Keep that jab. Keep that jab in there. All he wants to do is try to rush you and set you with those wild shots. All right? Those good straight shots. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, shot. Hey, don't get careless with your hands down and your chin up. Tuck your chin, work your jab, throw your right hand.
You kept most of it in the center. That's where you want to be. Keep them in that center
Come on,
line,
son.
all right? So all them ropes.
We got 2 more rounds. We got to go.
Deep breath, deep breath.
Don't get caught with no stupid shit. That's all it
Chris,
is.
we use the term veteran move in combat sports. That's a veteran move. Into the corner cushion.
Just manhandling, throwing your opponent in there.
Round number 4.
Looks like it did a little bit of damage right there.
Toe the line, ready? Knuckle up.
Round number 4. Switch of stances by Lacaz. Lacaz actually smirked to Sanchez when he switched back to ortho from southpaw.
Lacaz talked about finishing with that 3. When he throws it 2, he does a great job. I'd love to see that 3 coming behind him.
Jab again from Lacaz.
See here, a few more punches being landed, thrown for Lacaz, but more being landed for Sanchez right now.
And right knock there for Donald Sanchez. jab, that is most definitely there for Lacaz, especially since the start of round 3. Overhead left for Sanchez personally.
And Lacaz doing a much better job of keeping that right hand up. He knows that left hook's coming, so if he keeps that right hand up, that does the job of blocking that.
And left knock there.
Time. You go right there.
Lacaz resetting. Time called by Kerry Hatley. A sport where we talk about no eye pokes, I believe we've just had a third.
Is that what it is, or is he looking at a cut?
Thumbs up from the medical team.
There we go. Ready?
On an eye poke. He stuck it too for this card. It was a look at that cut in the left lid of Donald Sanchez. Good coordination between our medical team, led by Dr. Delmuzzi and Kerry Hatley. Check, no histrionics, right back to it.
You have to think with that cut right there, Lacaz will be throwing a lot more right hands, either straight right or moving southpaw, throwing a lot more right jabs. He wants to open up that cut if he can.
Jab again for Lacaz. Just to the inside, left hook from Blake Lacaz. 20 seconds remaining, round number 4. Just coming forward, there's the naked downward 2 from Lacaz. For a fighter who's all about the jab, that was a clever 2. On the turn to the inside, left hand. Sanchez found himself where he wanted to be, the inside of rounds 1 and 2. That was a rare spot since the start of round number 3. As we move to the 5th final round.
3 of them, you know, 3 of them.
So obviously the first round right there, Sanchez, but the rest of these rounds have been very close. This could come down this round, I'm not sure.
2 minutes of your life, Donald.
Did you think about your unofficial scorecard? Did you think about the 3 official scorecards being kept by the judges ringside and signed by the New Mexico Athletic Commission? Go back to round number 1. Sanchez knocking down Blake Lacaz. One would think at 10-8 rounds.
Let's go out there.
So for both guys this round, you got to see Sanchez. He's got to solve that distance problem. He's got to use head movement, get inside, throw some hard shots, back your opponent straight up, because Blake has been going straight against him. But you got to push forward. Lacaz has got to continue to pop that jab, control the pace. If he can stay in the middle, he has a decent chance of winning this round. It could be the fight. We don't know.
Great job,
Very sporting touch of hands.
Ready, toe the line. Ready, knuckle up.
Forward, off the scratch to start. Round number 5 goes Donald Sanchez. Overhand right by Sanchez.
Beautifully timed right there.
Sanchez now to the inside, taking full advantage. Half tie plum held by Lacaz. Sanchez goes to the body, now the separation. Back to the one goes Blake Lacaz. Jab again from Lacaz.
You see here the breakdown round by round of punches being thrown. Lacaz throwing a lot more, but sometimes it matters what kind of punches. And look at that, the landed punches Sanchez is winning.
See the trickle of blood out of the corner of Lacaz's left eye. Sanchez again, looking to time his entry. Lacaz looking to time the jab and the hook jab. Blood flowing from the cut in the bridge of Sanchez's nose as he throws the left hand. He's right back with the jab again off the block.
Lacaz is better when he doubles up that jab. Those are 2 afterwards. Just a single jab. A little easy to defend.
Chris, since the start of round number 3, even when Lacaz is missing his jabs, by and large, they are keeping Sanchez at the outside distance where Lacaz wants him to be.
Sanchez doing a good job of avoiding getting hit, but he's not following up with anything.
Sanchez to the inside, landed the rear right uppercut, misses the left hook on the exit. Stretch drive now, 20 seconds remaining in this fight. Jab again from Blake Lacaz. And Sanchez coming forward. Sanchez wiping away the blood under his left eye. There's the lead left hook from Lacaz. Rear right uppercut, overhand right from Sanchez. The bell, the end of a really entertaining fight.
Both guys definitely had their moments right there. Sanchez got the good knockdown, was able to come in and land some hard shots. Lacasse controlled the pace a lot of the fight, but was it enough? He would control the pace sometimes for most of the round, but then Sanchez comes in and lands some hard shots. So are they going to give it to the guy controlling the pace, or he's doing the work?
10-8 round with a knockdown recorded by Sanchez over Lacasse, round number 1. We have a situation where Lacasse could win 3 rounds to 2, but we're looking at a draw.
Definitely possible.
I'm not saying that's the scorecard. I'm not saying that's my unofficial scorecard, but that's certainly in play.
And Sean, I hate to say, but sometimes the crowd does affect what's going on here. You can see a lot more punches being landed right there for Sanchez. More being thrown for Lacasse, but more being landed for Sanchez.
Our strike stats all night long, presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Distant strikes being thrown right there. You can see Lacasse throwing a lot more from the outside, landing a little bit more. Percentage still better for Sanchez. So.
Definite quality, Chris, from both fighters. As we await the tallying of the 3 New Mexico judges' scorecards. Ironically, both fighters did a lot of what they wanted to do. Sanchez was effective with the overhands, effective on the inside. Kaz was effective with his jab, his hook jab, and controlling the fight at range.
Like I said, that's what's going to be interesting. Is it going to control the range? If you control it for a minute and a half, the other guy comes in with that 30 seconds and land harder shots. Are they giving the guy controlling the range, controlling the pace, or the guy landing harder shots? Typically, it's the guy landing the harder shots, but you never know when it comes to judges.
We said it earlier this evening. It proves to be correct. It's generally right on. A delay means something, usually, about 98% of the time, other than a unanimous decision. Jeff Houston is now in the ring. And we go to Jeff Houston now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, our judges at ringside scored this fight 50-44, 48-46, and 50-44, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Donald Sanchez!
I mean, wow, Sean, we were way off there. I thought Lacasse was controlling some of that, but they must have been all about the hard shots, all about the power shots. Sanchez looked great out there, did a very good job. I thought he did enough to win the fight. However, that was a little different from the scoring, I thought, but I still felt like it was a great job.
Well, I said, Chris, about 2% of the time on an unnatural delay. It turns out to be a unanimous decision. That's in the 2%. 5-0, 5-0, 4-1 from the 3 New Mexico judges' scorecards, and 10-8 across the board for that. The knockdown recorded by Sanchez in round number 1. Like Lacasse had his moments, but Donald Sanchez on point on the inside. The winner by way of unanimous decision, Donald Sanchez defeats Blake Lacasse. Thursday, J.R. Ridge is set to enter the biggest fight of his life versus John Dodson for the inaugural BKFC Men's 125-pound world title.
Born in the Philippines, based in Clearwater, Florida, J.R. Ridge.
Any athlete wants to be the best. They want to be the champ. You know, the fact that I'm in the fastest growing sport as we speak, I'm at the top of my game in the flyweight division. Any other fight for me would make 0 sense. John and I were destined to fight. We're destined to meet in the squared circle. You know, we're 2 competitors at the top of our game, and we're here to showcase our skill for one thing, and that's for the flyweight title. John is a forward, ferocious, pressure style of fighter. Now, a man that prepares for that style, that is as skillful as me, it's going to give John a hard time. I'm just as ferocious moving forward. I'm just as ferocious going side to side. So John has never met anybody in BKFC quite like me yet.
And I'm back here with the other half of tonight's main event at BKFC 48. J.R. Ridge going to battle John Dodson for that inaugural Flyweight Championship. Now, you said that you've studied, that you've prepared for John Dodson. What's a formula look like to battle that speed and that precision that you're going to get from Dodson tonight?
Cyrus, everybody's going to have to see that live soon. Trust me.
J.R. Ridge, he is ready for his time in the spotlight, ready to be the king of the flyweight division. He fights for the main event tonight at BKFC 48.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV?
$145-pounders for you now. Eric Dodson versus Roberto Armas. Our tale of the tape is presented by Crescent Tools.
Everything very similar right here, Sean. Very similar height, reach, a little bit bigger fist size for Armas. Let's see if he can utilize that bigger fist to land with more surface area, do the damage right there.
3 fights in BKFC for Roberto Armas, including January of this year when he defeated Jacoby Lowry by first-round knockout.
You can tell when Armas does his best work, turning defense into offense right there, just waiting for, look how that shoulder roll, just did a great job of avoiding any damage and firing punches right back. That's exactly what you do. Hit and don't get hit. Take whatever that guy is giving you and capitalize on it. That's right there. Armas did a great job. You can just see his bare knuckle IQ is continuing to grow the way he continues to get better each time, waiting for his opportunity, throwing hard shots.
Roberto Armas, set for BKFC bout number 4. He's had 1 in pro boxing, 9 in MMA, 8 in amateur kickboxing. Both Roberto Armas and Eric Dodson, very talented fighters and very cerebral, tactical fighters. Armas told us in our fighter meeting he wants a smart and measured start. He said, I'm going to keep cutting short angles. My goal, Armas told us, is to outbox Eric Dodson rather than to engage him in a brawl.
Well, Armas feels like he's faster than his opponent, so he can get inside, outbox him, and then start using the power after that. Once he get in the mid-range, that's where he feels like he can do the most damage.
Armas said, I believe that both Eric Dodson and I have big power for the featherweight division. Armas said, for me, this comes down to who is the faster fighter, and Armas said, I believe that I am truly the faster fighter.
Feels like he doesn't want to brawl this fight. He needs to box. Doing so, he wants to get in there, target the body, slow his opponent down. That'll help him be even faster than he feels like he already is.
Armas said of his opponent in this featherweight fight, Eric Dodson, he's either going to be all the way out or all the way in. For me, Armas said, I want to establish myself in the mid-range. Eric Dodson enters 2-0 in BKFC, his most recent victory occurring this past February when he defeated Perez by first-round KO.
And just look at these great punches the entire time. He knew his opponent was coming with wide punches. He feels like he's going to throw right down the pipe, what he was able to do right there. And we just saw earlier, Perez is a tough individual right there. Great job for Dodson right here. Is continue to come, hard shots, waiting for his right time. But look patient right there. Had his opponent hurt. Had his opponent blocking his punches, waiting for the exact right opportunity. Placement, him and his brother got great accuracy, great precision, great power. Wants to utilize that tonight.
Eric Dodson, undefeated at 2-0 in BKFC. He's had 7 amateur MMA bouts. As we mentioned, for the walkout of Roberto Armas, Eric Dodson, like Armas, a very smart fighter, also a very technical, skillful fighter. Dodson told us in our fighter in my previous 2 BKFC bouts, Dodson said, I really pride myself on my ability to gauge and control distance.
Definitely wants to use that time. He feels like his opponent's going to come forward, and it's up to him to counter as his opponent steps forward each time. I love one thing he said. He wants to use a barrage of offense as a great defense.
Dodson said, with that barrage of offense, it's not just clean punches, it is high volume clean punches. Dodson said of Roberto Armas, He's going to come forward. My job is to make him run into those punches.
And one thing, he knows his opponent's going to come those shots. He wants to counter immediately. As soon as he gets hit, fire right back. He feels like his opponent's not going to have his hands up, not going to be prepared. And the one thing he cannot do, he cannot back up against the ropes in this fight.
We go back to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Presented to you by Fubo TV. Watch live sports and TV without cable, including BKFC on Fubo TV. Start your 7-day free trial at FuboTV.com. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears white and gold. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. His official weight, 145.2 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle for bare knuckle fight number 4. Fighting out of Charleston, South Carolina, by way of San Benito, Texas, here is Roberto El Gallo Negro Armas. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears black and gold. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. His official weight, an even 146 pounds. He is undefeated at 2-0. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here is the undefeated Eric Thuggy Dodson. And our referee in charge of the action, Mark Smith.
Eric Dodson's older brother, John Dodson, in our main event tonight. But right now, in the corner of Eric Dodson, who's up to scratch. Joined at scratch by Roberto Armas. Call of knuckle up from referee Mark Smith. Round number 1. Black trunks for Eric Dodson. White trunks for Roberto Armas. High tight striking guard for Armas. Immediately, Chris, you see the quickness of both fighters. So on the jab. Is coming forward with that high tight striking guard. Wide open striking guard and open chest from Dodson, but he lands with the left. With the head from Armas. Right hand from Dodson on the reset center circle. Stiff jab from Dodson. The hook to duck under. Armas just missing with the hook to the body. Jab again. So on the right hand. 30 seconds gone, round number 1. Sequence from Armas.
Armas is throwing some wide shots right here. He's got to be careful. He's not going to get hit right down the pipe.
Again, Armas again entering with that hook to the body. There's the overhand right from Dodson. 60 seconds remaining, round number 1. Step forward jab from Dodson on point thus far in this fight. From Armas. Entry on the right hand. And trying to come into the inside. Just talked about the mid-range. Lands from the mid-range. Armas to the body. Big left hand to the right hand from Armas. Armas on the left hand, right hand.
And I do love that left hand right there after the right hand to the
left
body.
hand lands from Roberto Armas. Dodson now circling back. Armas another big left hand. Armas exploding to the inside. Left hand, right to the body. Down goes Eric Dodson.
And it was that right hand to the body followed by that left hook upstairs. Great job by Armas. He continues to go with that punch.
The mandatory 8 count from Mark Smith. Dodson cutting his right brow. Tells Smith he wants to continue. We'll see how hard Armas now goes for the finish. Closing stages, round number 1. There is the bell.
And so as this fight goes on, that right hand to the body followed with that left hook is going to land more and more. You got to be careful early on with those straight punches, those counters. As soon as the guy sees those wide punches coming on, he can begin the punch. That gets harder as you slow down, as the fight goes on. It makes it much harder to beat the guy to the punch like that. Look at that. Right hand to the body followed by that left hook upstairs. Continue to throw it. Good left hooks right there.
You gotta push him back. When you're getting pushed back, start catching and shooting up the middle like we've been training. Okay?
He's careless.
Yeah, he's getting careless.
I'm winning the...
You are. Now just shorten up your shots and loop it, then come up over top. Start low right here, understand? Start fading him a little bit. Fade him low and come up top. Yeah, work the body. Fade low, come up top.
Great advice for the corner right there. He said exactly what we're talking about. Be careful. Tighten those punches up a little bit. You're getting a little bit too wide with those hooks, with those rights in the body. That makes you able to get countered. But if you tie it up a little bit, those are going to be very effective punches.
Round number 2. Forward off from scratch comes Roberto Armas, recording the knockdown in round number 1. After Eric Dodson had a strong opening 60 seconds of the first round. Big right hand from Armas.
I think that right hand landed upstairs because he went to the body so many times.
Twisted jab, the 2 off the mark from Dodson. Armas forward on the jab.
Huge percentage of head strikes being landed right there for Armas. A lot more being thrown for Dodson, but man, good percentage. Great fight so far.
This is educated head movement from Roberto Armas, the best we've seen in this now his 4th fight in BKFC. To the inside, another flurry. Armas to the head, to the body, digging those rights to the body. Dodson throwing back with his back against the ropes. Armas just missing with the right hook. Big left hand on the entry. 4 big shots. Eric Dodson covering up Mark Smith, taking a really close look. Right hand, and down goes Eric Dodson for the 2nd time in this fight.
Beautiful pressure being applied by Armas. Waiting for the right time. Landed the hard shot. Dodson is hurt right now.
Walk to me.
Dodson walking forward to referee Mark Smith. This fight will continue. Armas off the jab, not being reckless. Armas resetting in the mid-range, exactly where he told us he wants to be. Dodson trying to fire back. Armas on the left hand, Dodson keeps throwing that right hand, but leaning back in doing so.
You see the heavy breast being taken by Dodson right now. Good right hand though.
Left hand from Armas, good stiff jab from Dodson. Closing seconds, round number 2. Armas again forward. Dodson very much on his back foot. Armas very much on his front foot. The bell. Next stop, round 3.
Dodson looks significantly more tired than you would think right now, but just very worn out right now.
Throwing punches and bunches once you get too close to the ropes. We needed people motivate and control punches down the pipe.
You gotta move your legs when you're against the ropes, okay? Control the fire, okay? He's bringing the fire, you're the fireman, okay? You're gonna control this, okay? You gotta keep him out when he comes close to you. Hey, don't get it there, okay? Don't go there. You're
back against the ropes once again. This is not where he wants to be, and just waiting for the right time, picking his shots. I mean, Dodson throwing some counter punches right here, but good job right now for Armas, just waiting for the right time, looking for his shots. Good right hand landed right there, that did damage.
Go right there. Go right there. Let's go. Go right there. Time out.
Time called by referee Mark Smith. This is a medical timeout before the start of round 3.
I think he was just trying to clean up the corner right there, showing a little bit too much water.
Water, blood.
Whatever it takes.
A liquid timeout rather than a medical timeout.
Let's go.
So no medical assessment of Eric Dodson. We start round number 3. Credit to Eric Dodson. Down in round 1, down in round 2. Still very much in this fight, but credit to Roberto Armas. Dodson had a strong opening 60 seconds, and then Armas has taken control of this fight. Nothing, though, decided yet. There's the right hand from Dodson. Once again, showcasing next level head movement from what we've seen from him in his 3 previous fights in BKFC.
Definitely the best we've seen him in. You see here more punches being thrown for Dodson. A few more being landed, better percentage for Armas right now.
Reversionary hand, stiff jab. And staying active on the right hand, counter right back from Eric Dodson. Dodson trying to will himself into this fight. 50 seconds remaining, round number 3. Change of stances from Armas. Dodson tried to catch him in the gap. He's off the jab. Looking under the right hand. Overhand left from Armas. To the inside.
I love that left hook from Armas. He rolled under, came back with a punch. Dodson's got to keep that right hand high.
Rolling under the left eye of Roberto Armas. Armas just missed the left hand, now resetting. Dodson on the 1-2. To the jab to the body.
And that punch was thrown in the stomach. It was blocked down by Dodson.
These are two really nice human beings. Touch of hands, no ill intent on that low blow. And as you said, it was blocked down inadvertently. There's the right hook. There is the bell.
And Sean, I'm not sure if Dodson won that round, but it's almost, he's got to do more than win each round. He's got to get a knockdown or he's got to get a knockout because he already had lost 2 10-8 after that.
Hey, we're up 3 rounds, okay? You understand? So pick it nice and tight like you're doing. The jab is working. Keep the pressure. When you got into the ropes, feign him back a little bit more, son. Control the dead space. Just control it with the jab. You ain't got to land it. Pump the double jab and shoot the right hand hook. Remember, aim it right at his chest. Take the fucking angle. Move your head. You're taking shots for no reason. When you get done throwing your combinations, what do you fucking do? Move your fucking head. Take the position and capitalize. You saw what happened when you started catching shooting against the ropes. Keep him right there. He ain't ready for it.
Here we go, John Dodson in the corner right now of his brother. You can see the sense of urgency right there. Something different has to be done. You cannot win this if you just continue to win each round barely.
John Dodson again in our main event tonight. He will fight for the inaugural BKFC men's 125-pound world title versus J.R. Ridge. But right now, cornering his younger brother, Eric Dodson. That is brotherly love, Chris. Round number 4. Jab from Roberto Armas. We're back to what Roberto Armas said in our fighter meeting. I feel that we both have big power for featherweights. For me, Armas said the winner will be determined by who is faster. And Armas said, I believe that I am faster than Eric Dodson.
Let's get the money shot right there. Is that left hook. Armas has got to find ways to get that one involved, go to the body, bring that right hand, kick back with the left hook.
Again from Armas.
Head strikes right here will be important for Dodson.
To the chest. Fully land. This is with the 2. Good swelling under both eyes of Roberto Armas. Right jab. Balanced right hand from Dodson. 50 seconds remaining, round 4.
Armas doing much better when he's able to push his opponent backwards. That's him trying to push Dodson back. That's when he gets him up and gets him ropes. He does damage.
Right hand landed from Dodson, and right to the body from Armas in reply. Left hook and the right hand from Dodson. That was a clever sequence. Just took those shots well. To the center circle. To the body. Big exhale from Eric Dodson off the jab. Heavy feints from Armas. So pulling back that right hand. Final seconds, round number 4. Relatively muted round compared to the other 3. Still high octane. We move to the 5th final round.
Sean, one would have to think, even if you get those last 2 rounds of Dodson, there's no way he can win the decision unless he gets a knockout, and that would just tie it up. He's got to get 2 knockouts or a knockout.
You understand? Hey, you
that's because, Chris, realistically, you're looking at 2016 Roberto Armas after 2 rounds.
That's all he's looking for. Step off to your left, pair that right hand with your lead hand, and then shoot your right hand simultaneously. Split that with your right hand. Step off to the left, get a hand on his right hand. That's all he's looking for. He's been throwing the right hand, that's all.
All right. Breathe. Slowly breathing.
Nice. When he's trying to go ahead and open up, lead him to a punch. This is the time where we can go ahead and finish him. Because we throw up top and we come down and hit him with a body shot. Okay?
His legs are slow, so you just...
Roberto Armas playing to this very pro Eric Dotson crowd. Albuquerque, New Mexico, the home city for both Eric Dotson and his older brother, John Dotson.
Like I said, John, this is up to Dotson in order to make this a different kind of fight. I don't see him winning if he just ekes out a round here.
The final round fully underway.
You'd have to have a sense of urgency right now for Eric Dotson.
Armas, since the literal opening seconds of this fight, has been very, very on point with his head movement and his high, tight striking going.
Great defense, great improvement right there.
Stiff jab getting through from Armas. Right hand from Armas.
You can see here a few more punches being landed by Armas. However, you can just see the difference. The last 2 rounds, more have been landed by Dotson. He's probably controlling the pace, but is that going to be enough?
Chris, as you look at the feet of both fighters, Dotson very much back foot heavy right now. Armas very much on his toes, on his front foot as he hooks to the body. There's the left hand getting through from Dotson.
And Dotson has got to figure out a way to knock his opponent down multiple times, finish the fight, something.
5 seconds remaining, 5th and final round of this featherweight fight. Undefeated Eric Dotson versus Roberto Armas, looking for win number 2 in BKFC. Armas feeling certainly as though he's in full control, recording knockdowns over Dotson in rounds 1 and 2. 20 seconds remaining, 5th and final round.
It almost looks like Dotson does not have the energy to try and put forth something to knock his opponent down.
Mark Smith just called for action. To the body, to the head, with the right hand from Dotson. Stiff jab from Armas. The bell, 5 rounds up, 5 rounds down, the end of the fight.
Very entertaining fight right there, Sean.
Man extraordinaire, Pat McPherson, working on that mouse that's just about to pop wide open under the left eye. Roberto Armas.
And Sean, I am very impressed with Armas' ability to adapt from what we've seen him in the past. You can tell he's been in the gym, he's understanding the sport. Now that head movement was phenomenal this time. Did a great job, never sat still, good footwork. I feel like he pulled off the gas a little bit because he was winning the fight, didn't want to risk it. I understand that, but did a lot of good things out there.
Roberto Armas, definitely with the body language, the facial expressions, a fighter who feels that he will most definitely get the decision. Very difficult for Eric Dotson to overcome what we would assume and presume would be a 2016 deficit. Dotson dropped by Armas in rounds 1 and 2. Credit, though, to Dotson. Very much in this fight, competitive in rounds 3, 4, and 5. Credit to Roberto Armas. This was a step up in levels in competition, with no disrespect to Armas' 3 previous opponents. And that's the best Roberto Armas has looked by far in his BKFC career.
And I love that, Sean. You can just tell people who are coming in, doing the work. They want to make this their sport. This is all they're working on now. They're getting better each time. Dedication, determination are coming in. And I love the fact that people just keep getting better as each fight goes on.
We talk about how nice, how respectful Eric Dotson and Roberto Armas are. There was visual confirmation. Back into the ring with Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, here are the score totals from our judges at ringside. Our judges scored this fight 49-44, 48-45, and 47-46. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Roberto El Gallo Negro Armas.
And what a huge performance for Armas right there. He just showed us continuing to get better, continuing to work. With head movement like that, I'd like to see this guy fight again really soon.
Roberto Armas talked all about speed in our fighter meeting. Roberto Armas showed his speed. He also showed his power, and he showed his poise against the previously undefeated Eric Dodson. Strong start for Eric Dodson. Good opening 60 seconds. Then Armas dropping Dodson in round number 1, dropping Dodson in round number 2. Dodson competitive rounds 3, 4, and 5, but Armas rolling throughout. The winner, by way of unanimous decision, Roberto Armas defeats Eric Dodson. Having already achieved massive success outside of fighting, Bryce Hall is now focused on success in BKFC as he makes his debut tonight versus G. Perez. Bryce Hall, known as a world-class social media influencer and social media celebrity, coming in to fight 3-0 G. Perez.
I'm doing bare knuckle because I wanted to test myself. I'm going to be punching someone in the face, bare knuckle, and it's the most entertaining thing that you could possibly do as a human. I decided, hey, why the fuck not, right?
I sincerely apologize that I'm about to beat the shit out of him. August 11th.
I wasn't surprised that G came up to me at all. I was more surprised about his size. He's a very small guy. So I was getting a lot of small man's syndrome from him. There's no bad blood on my side, but I can see why he'd be a little angry at the bigger dude. It's not gonna be like a technical boxing match. I'm going right in and I'm gonna muscle him. G, you keep saying you're gonna fuck my pretty face up. I don't know whether you're flirting with me or you want to fight me, but I'm not gonna let you do that.
And I'm backstage here with YouTube TikTok superstar Mr. Bryce Hall, who makes his BKFC debut tonight at BKFC 48. Bryce, listen, no more appearances, no more trash talk. Now it's time to walk the walk, step inside that ring, and fight bare knuckle. You got any cold feet tonight?
I'm extremely nervous, but I'm very excited to go viral tonight. Let's fucking go.
Now listen, you made a lot of predictions out here tonight, so let's go on the record right now for all the fans here in Albuquerque, everybody at home. How's this fight going to end?
Don't blink, second round knockout.
There he is, folks. Bryce Hall. He says he is going knockouts round number 2 tonight at BKFC 48. It's going down. Now is your Crescent Tools tale of the tape.
Middleweights for you now. Will Santiago versus Jeremy Holloway.
And you can see here, Sean, it's just a 3-inch height advantage. However, 6-inch reach advantage. That is significant because Will Santiago, he's going to throw bombs the entire time. He's got to get inside. Jeremy Holloway's got to utilize that jab to keep his opponent away.
Making his walk to the BKFC ring for this, his debut in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Holloway has had 16 pro MMA bouts, including 3 in Bellator and 1 in LFA. Holloway told us in our fighter meeting, I want to keep hitting angles, I do not want to waste punches.
Wants to make sure he's capitalizing on all his opponent's mistakes. Use angles, use smart counters as opponent comes in and tries to throw those bombs.
Holloway also said, I feel that I have to be continually explosive, being explosive, and being first are my keys to victory.
Even wants to utilize that clinch when possible. Understands that he wants to come forward immediately. He's watched coming right off that scratch. He wants to make sure he sets the tone immediately.
Jeremy Holloway said, I thought I would probably fight Will Santiago in MMA. It turns out it's in BKFC, but I have long been following and tracking Will Santiago's career. Holloway said, I respect Santiago, but my only real concern about Santiago in this bout is his right hand. Holloway said, if I can negate the Santiago right hand, I will definitely win this fight.
And negate that, he wants to utilize that jab, control the range, make sure that jab is the key. If he can keep his opponent bait every time he tries to throw that right hand, he pops him with the jab, frustrates his opponent, and then other things will open up.
Holloway said of Will Santiago, he's not just right hand heavy. I think he will look for that one punch knockout with the right hand. For me, Holloway said, it's about moving, it's about being smart, it's about landing sharp and in sequence. Will Santiago enters 2-0 in BKFC. His most recent victory coming this past February when he defeated Noah Cutter by first-round TKO.
And what do we talk about? Throws bombs the entire time. Comes in with heavy punch. Not seeing too many jabs at him. Why throw jabs when you can land hard punches? Watch the way this goes. Those jabs are just to set up those hooks, just to set up those right hands. And he's going to come. He's going to throw hard shots. He did right here. Very tough to beat Noah Cutter. Did it with the cut, but that happened because he came in throwing hard shots the entire time. You can see right here, wants to get in, do hard damage, doesn't want to win the decision, wants to come in and knock you out.
Will Santiago set for fight number 3 in BKFC. He's a veteran of 16 pro MMA bouts, including 1 in Dana White's Contender Series. And as you see him moving there, Santiago told us, I want continual movement in my fight. Santiago said, I want to keep moving into the pocket, but when I'm in the pocket, I'm not going to be stationary. I'm going to be moving, I'm going to be cutting, and I'm going to be angling.
Absolutely. Feels like his opponent is not anywhere ready for the power shots that are about to come. His opponent will start turning, running. He's going to have to cut off the ring to get in to land those hard shots.
Santiago said to Jeremy Holloway, I do respect his footwork. I think that Holloway is going to stay on the outside. I think he's going to try to stay long. And as Chris, you just noted, Santiago said, I have to get inside, cut off the ring smartly. Once inside, stay inside. But Santiago stressed, not planting on the inside, moving on the inside.
And he wants to do this right from the beginning. Pressure immediately, not let his opponent breathe. We talked about it. Use that head movement, push off that back foot. Whatever he has to do to get inside, stay inside, do damage.
Back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division, presented to you by Chris Tools. Say to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears red and black. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. His official weight, 175.4 pounds. He is an MMA veteran of 16 fights, and tonight makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Charlotte, North Carolina, by way of Conover, North Carolina. Here is Jeremy "Hit 'em" Holloway. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears the proud colors of Puerto Rico. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 174 pounds even. He holds an undefeated BKFC record at 2-0. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here is Will the Brown Bomber Santiago. And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
You saw the legendary Mike Winklejohn in the corner of Will Santiago. Jeremy Holloway told us he wants to explode off of scratch, and forward off of scratch comes Jeremy Holloway as this fight is beginning. Black and red trunks for Holloway. Maybe we can flag trunks for Will Santiago. Stalking pressure immediately. There's a left hook from range for Santiago. Really trying to mirror the hips of Santiago. Santiago circling on the outside. Turning out effectively, Santiago. Really trying to cut distance, doing so very measured. Overhand right from Santiago, just off the mark.
You can just see how explosive Santiago is. If he lands that shot, he's going to hurt you, but he's got to land it.
Holloway again, you see, trying to mirror the hips of Santiago. Santiago active, staying on his bike. He said he wanted continual movement. We're seeing that in play here in round number 1. 55 seconds remaining in this opening round. To the inside comes Santiago, right back out, right hand from Holloway lands. Holloway 5'11" to Santiago's 5'8". That's accentuated by the very tall stance of Holloway and the crouch stance of Santiago.
See, Those overhand rights right now, a little bit telegraphed right there.
Downward right hand from Holloway. 5 seconds to go right here. Good jab from Holloway. Throwing those soft jabs to set up the 2. Leaping left hook. Shades of Roy Jones Jr. by Santiago, but it did not land. Center right back at it. Left hand again, not there from Santiago. The bell, that ends well.
That was a very technical round right there for Holloway. They have to be very careful. It's not taking a swing from it. They got to follow. And that movement makes it easy for him to jump in and land those hard shots over. Big breath.
One more big one. All right. I'll get you a little closer on overhand. Following jab with the overhand or double jab on the overhand. All right? The 10 palm up was money. That was money because he thinks he's going to go right hand when he twists this way. Does that make sense? Now, hitting with that, it might work the other way when you cross line that way. But I want you to jab. What do you see, Chris? Just take away that space when you get inside. Keep them going backwards. Use those aims. How you feel? We good? How's that pound? This? Okay. Don't get too comfortable, okay? Breathe. Good. Execute that jab, please, please.
Coach Johnson, no one's surprised right there. Great advice from Will Santiago's corner. They're telling him to double up on that jab. You've got to get closer before you throw that overhand right.
Glenn starts round number 2. Santiago taking himself on his back foot. Now resetting. Santiago Chris continuing to maintain that left hook from distance. Continually stalking.
They're doing a great job of clearing his opponent's hips and getting the right position, but he's got to be a little bit more active right there. Throw a few more punches.
Left hook not there for Holloway. Pulled it back mid-flight. It's to the body, not there. Not there right back for Holloway. The fighters still very much feeling their way into this fight. 15 remaining, round number 2. Two very accomplished pro MMA fighters. Santiago 2-0 in BKFC. BKFC debut for Holloway. It's really the push. Not a knockdown. Santiago down on the bottom rope. Good referee from the always outstanding Andrew Glenn. Star refereeing tonight, Chris. Andrew Glenn, Mark Smith, Kerry Hatton.
The green team right there. That was good.
It's our friend Dan Mergliato watching at home tonight in New Jersey. 5 seconds remaining, round number 2. On the left hand.
You see, Will Santiago having big problems right now, finding the way to land those hard shots.
Holloway has been in full pursuit. Santiago intentionally on his bike, taking himself back, moving, circling by design. From Holloway. Stiff left hand right back from Santiago.
A dangerous style when you're just waiting for that one big punch, because if you can never hit it, you're going to lose the decision.
To the inside, both fighters down. There is the bell, double slip. That is the end of round 2.
When your moment finally arrives, and all your hard work, dedication, and loyalty to your craft is clear for all to see, your results will speak for themselves. Because when you need the hardest hitting tools on the market, you reach for the brand that always knows how to throw down. Each and every time. Unbelievable. Crescent Tools. Trusted by the trades.
Either he's gonna drop his head this way, but I want you to finish with either hand. You throw the right hand, finish with a fucking hook. You finish with a hook, finish with an uppercut. He's leaning forward to something down there.
Holloway did a good job that round. He looked like he's starting to step up his output.
Let's finish this round small.
Santiago needs to make some changes right now. He needs to work his way inside. Listen to his coaches. Throw those double jabs. Get inside to throw those hard punches. You can't just throw an outside right hand from that outside spot. It's going to land against a guy like Holloway.
Round number 3. Start off from scratch for Holloway as he did round number 1. Turning up the temperature immediately at Santiago, but now backing off. Full turn by Santiago, right hand by Holloway.
And you can see the sense of urgency for Holloway right there. He's trying to listen to his coaches right there, but he got to work his way inside a little smarter.
We're coming forward again. High tight striking guard for Santiago. Rear right uppercut from Holloway. That was slick.
Great job right there. Exactly what he needed. His opponent's coming in with his head down. Land those uppercuts. Take what he gives you.
Santiago swing and a miss. We'll see how this is ruled by Andrew Glenn. Glenn ruling this as a knockdown. No complaint from Santiago as he takes this count.
Santiago looking very tired right now, Sean.
Okay, here we go.
Right back to it. After the knockdown ruled, the mandatory 8. 1:05 remaining, round 3.
Holloway, I'm stepping on the gas, but you got to be careful right now. This is when his opponent can be very dangerous.
Overhand right, partially landed. Walk through that punch well. Now lands the stiff jab, big right hand, another right hand. That backs off Will Santiago. 45 seconds remaining, round 3. Santiago resetting. Coming forward in the center circle, Jeremy Holloway. Santiago talked about movement, Chris. Holloway's movement has been spectacular at this point.
Fantastic. And he's doing a great job. He's not falling into Santiago's traps. He's waiting to get to the right position. If he feels like it's in danger, he'll get right back in the middle. He feels like he can dominate from the middle.
Santiago resetting on the big exhale. Getting late here in round number 3. Stiff jab again from Holloway. Santiago staying to the outside on the turn. Good hook initiated by Santiago. Quick separation. We start from Andrew Glenn. The bell. We move to round 4.
You can see that left eye is starting to swell shut for Santiago. He looked very hurt that round. Very tired. There's that sound again, Sean. That right hand landing on the bone, on the jaw, on the face.
There was a slight delay by referee Andrew Glenn because of the way Santiago took himself off balance. But as those 2 excellent replays from our great producer director Jonathan Evans confirmed, a punch landed even though Santiago took himself off balance.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he throws the punch and the balance wasn't there, but a punch landed, that you could say that caused the damage right there. That's what caused a knockdown. So that is a clean knockdown. Great job.
Bully him, man. Push him through there. Like you do me. Push him through
You
there.
always have to gauge the reaction of the knocked down fighter. If they feel that it was unjust, they will let the referee know, and there was no complaint from Santiago. Time now called by referee Andrew Glenn.
I think they're going to look at that left eye right there, Sean.
This fight will continue. Fighters up for scratch. Round number 4 underway.
It's got to be a huge sense of urgency right now for Holloway. Double jab, overhand right, double head bodies. It's something you got to get inside where you can do the damage.
Santiago staying on the outside, missing with the right hand. Both fighters down. Double slip again. Second time in this fight. Talking to both fighters. Right back to it. Touch of hands. Intent on that second double slip. There's one on the first double slip. 80 seconds remaining. Round number 4 of this bout at 175 pounds. Missing with the overhand right. He's stepping in. Hard on the turn. Double unders now snatched by Santiago. Diving forward down to his knee, Santiago inadvertently took himself down, definitely a slip.
Santiago being on the canvas a lot this fight.
Santiago was emphatic in our fight of it. Get into the pocket, angle in the pocket, but largely, Chris, to this stage in the fight, within 40 seconds remaining round number 4, it has been Santiago on the outside circle.
That's because of a lot of the good little intricate, tricky things that Holloway did. He's making his opponent pay when he tries to come inside. Exactly what you need to do when you have that reach advantage.
In the center circle. The jab from Santiago, then taking himself backwards. Always standing tall, throwing the right hand. Two flick jabs from Holloway. Stiffer jab now from Jeremy Holloway. 10-second clap. Some disquiet in this Albuquerque crowd. Firmly behind their home city fighter, Will Santiago. Right hand misses from Santiago as we move to the 5th.
Take a big breath. Big breath. Take 5 big breaths. A better round because you went forward. Much better round when you forward. Got it?
He's tired. Like, you got to just take advantage of it.
Fucking go around and come back and give me a sloppy round, baby. I can't do that. I cannot afford that. We're fighting everybody in here. You see this? Every fighting in here. We're fighting everybody. Relax. Please. Okay? Hey, he's going to come back and try to land that shit. We don't want to get caught with nothing stupid, baby, all right? Let's go. Come here. All right. All right. Last round's won. Better than the first one. Get up. Okay? I need you to stay sharp. He's hurt and he's tired too. Finish with your heart. Finish with your fucking heart. Get up.
Like what I was hearing there.
Round number 5. Let's go to line.
He's going to come with everything. You got to be careful. Be smart this round.
Just Meredith from the Rocky series would be proud. Finish with your heart. 5th and final round. We're coming forward. And this is from Santiago.
See, Santiago still has power left right there. He's not that tired. He can go with some hard shots. He's got to work his way inside the land.
And right leads to the clinch. Smart defensive clinch by Holloway. Whipping up immediately to get the separation from Andrew Glenn. 35 remaining 5th and final round jab from Holloway. Fighters working off the wonders for a long jab from Holloway.
Haven't seen Holloway throw anything with any bad intent here lately. He's been touching his opponent.
See Santiago trying to turn up the pressure and slips there. 55 seconds going 5th and final round. The right hand off the 1-2. Santiago trying to really crack that 2, couldn't fully land to the head. Missing with the left hook. Holloway resetting.
Holloway looks very tired right now.
Lowest rounds, but go back to round number 3. The lone knockdown in this fight. Holloway dropping Will Santiago. And the jab. Santiago trying to come forward from distance. Call for action from referee Andrew Glenn.
Just exhausted right now is Holloway. Cannot wait for this round to be over.
Missing with the right hand. Santiago to the inside. Hard on the clinch. See the defensive overhook. And then gripping up his Jeremy Holloway to get the separation. He does. Final seconds of this fight. There is the bell.
It's amazing to me how many fighters been in so many 15-minute wars and they are worn out.
Hey, I don't want that. I don't want that.
It's a different pace. It's way different than people think. They don't understand. I think this is going to be easy. 5 2-minute rounds. Not the case at all.
Get up. Good job.
Hard pace set and held throughout by both Will Santiago and Jeremy Holloway. Santiago talked about constant movement. He did so from the outside. Holloway showed constant movement as well. From the opening stages of the fight, Chris, we saw Holloway mirroring the hips of Will Santiago.
Did a great job. What he really did well was he made it very difficult for Santiago to get in and land those bombs. He knew his opponent had hard punches. He knew he had a reach advantage and his opponent had to get inside. Holloway's game plan was very good there. Don't let him get inside and you're probably going to win this fight. Let's see what happens here. You never can tell with what the judges do, though.
Expensive look on the face of Jeremy Holloway.
Beast. Just beast, man.
Disappointment on the face of Will Santiago.
Yeah, body language means anything. We know what happened in this fight, but it doesn't mean anything sometimes, Sean. We'll find out.
Holloway looks absolutely spent.
Hey, Sean, is this looking like a long decision to you, or is this? Are you going to throw that stab at us again?
I will not, Chris, because
okay,
just in time, here comes Jeff Houston into the ring. Holloway, you see hands on knees, still catching his breath. Fighters now being called to the center of the ring by referee Andrew Blay. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, here are the score totals from our judges at ringside. Judge Lopez scores the fight 48-46 in favor of Holloway. Judges Sanchez and Perez see the fight 47-47. Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is ruled a majority draw.
Wow, that was a little surprising right there, Sean. Like I said, you can never take your foot off the gas. You got to keep going hard the entire time.
So the dissenting New Mexico judge has it 48-46. Jeremy Holloway, and again, Holloway presumably with the 10-8 round 3 as he records the low knockdown of the fight in round number 3 when he dropped Will Santiago. The other 2 judges see it even at 47-47. Without the knockdown, that's a win for Will Santiago. Because of the knockdown, in the eyes of the 3 New Mexico judges, this is even, at least according to 2 of the 3. That was the knockdown in this fight. That was in round 3. Hard fought, well fought, a grueling pace throughout. Will Santiago and Jeremy Holloway end in a majority draw.
Lions Not Sheep Apparel isn't just a clothing company. It's a movement of savages who fight like hell for their families, for their independence, and for their freedom. No day and no time has ever been more important than this day for us to rise and stand together as lions, not cower as sheep. Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Stand tall, fight hard, lead or be led.
And I'm backstage here with the president, the founder, Mr. David Feldman. Another big night here in Albuquerque. We love coming to this city. That being said, there's a lot of news that we got to get to, so let's break it down. The ABC finalizing the unified rules, accepting the unified rules. What does that really mean for BKFC?
I mean, honestly, it's just really unbelievable. We've come so far in such a short period of time. It took MMA almost 20 years to get unified rules, and we were able to get unified rules in just our 5th year in business from the Association of Boxing Commissioners. Thank you.
And let's talk about another huge news item. Mike Perry has re-signed multi-fight, multi-year contract with this company, BKFC. When are we going to see him back in the squared circle? You got any info like that?
Yeah, it looks like the beginning of November. I mean, it was great to get him back. We kind of thought we were going to get him back, but a lot of people were bidding for him. So, you know, it took a little bit of finagling, but we got it done. We got the face of Bare Knuckle. We got Platinum Perry back at BKFC, and we're happy about it.
Well, let's talk international real quick. I'm going to have a whole lot of time. That being said, talk about what's going on the international front with BKFC.
Well, first on September 30th, we're going back to England. November 4th, we have the legend match, Bukaw versus Sanchai. That's going to be tremendous. And then we make our debut in Bulgaria on November 17th. It's going to be an unbelievable international run for us.
Man, it's going to be a lot of fun. You've really got this thing blowing up, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. The president, the CEO, David Feldman. Let's go to the Crescent Tools. Tell the tape.
175-pounders, Josh Moreno versus Jeremy Sauceda.
You can see here, Sean, 6'5'9", but the main thing is the reach. Only a 2-inch reach advantage for Moreno. Not that significant. It's going to be who able to control the range, control the pace, is going to win this fight.
2 fights in BKFC for Jeremy Sauceda, including August of last year when he defeated Roderick Stewart by 2nd-round knockouts.
Look at this. We keep talking about it tonight, Sean. Getting up off the canvas to win. Exactly what you see here. It took some damage, didn't matter, didn't deter him, just waited for his time. He knows he's got power in both hands. All he has to do is land these hard shots. Like I said, it's not even how hard sometimes placement. If you got power and you touch people, you're going to hurt him. Right there, that little uppercut, he saw an opening, he landed it, he did damage right there. Great job. So Sauceda cannot wait to see this guy fight tonight.
Jeremy Sauceda set for fight number 3 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. He's 1-0 in pro boxing. Sauceda had 20 amateur boxing matches. Sauceda told us in our fighter meeting he feels in this his 3rd fight in BKFC. He has to be more aggressive than in his previous 2. Sauceda said, I've really come to understand that in boxing, both as a pro and as an amateur, I can pick my shots. I just don't have time to pick my shots in bare knuckle.
Understands he needs to get into the pocket. That's where he's going to do his damage. So he feels like he's durable, he's willing to trade to get to that position.
Sauceda said, I have to keep circling and I have to keep angling, but always with the intention of closing distance. Jeremy Sauceda was very clear-eyed when he told us, I know that Josh Moreno hits hard. I am willing, and I've accepted the fact that I'm going to have to take his shots to get to the inside.
He's got to use pressure. He's got to use aggression. He's got to get inside. He feels like when he gets inside, he has to use power. Overhand rights, overhand left, whatever he has to do to land those big shots. That's how he wins this fight.
Sauceda said to us when he's to the inside, he wants to keep flowing from the pocket to the clinch and back. Sauceda said, whether it's the pocket or the clinch, I'm going to throw hard hooks to the body of my opponent, Josh Moreno. Josh Moreno enters 2-0 in BKFC. His most recent victory coming this past February when he defeated Christian Torres by 2nd round technical knockout.
And he's doing so by showing range and experience far beyond his years right now. After only 2 fights, he does a great job of managing distance. Understands, look at that, a great job backing up and landing an uppercut. That's a beautiful move right there. Sees what's open, takes it, manages distance well, controls the pace. He fights when he wants to. That's what he feels like he needs to do this fight. Fight when he wants to and don't let his opponent dictate the pace.
That is the biggest pop of the night for Josh Moreno, fighting in his home city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Moreno 2-0 in BKFC. He's 4-1 in his pro MMA career, which includes 1 bout in LFA. In our fighter meeting, Josh Moreno, who is always very soft-spoken, always very measured, always extremely friendly and polite, said, I want to showcase ring generalship. 24 fighters on this card, the only one who mentioned the term ring generalship, Josh Moreno. Moreno prides himself on being a really smart fighter, said, I want to move, land constant counters, I'm going to throw my jab, I'm going to be sharp, I'm going to be technical, but I'm also going to be aggressive.
He understands he's got to be very careful early. Don't take any hard shots. But you talked about constant movement, but not only that, I like what he said. He's got to counter off that movement. Wait for his opponent to throw punches, make him pay, because you got to be moving the entire time, not a stationary target.
Josh Moreno said of Jeremy Sauceda, his opponent in this fight in the middleweight division, he has a very traditional boxing style. He's very lead hand dominant. I'm not approaching this like a boxing match. I did in my previous 2 BKFC fights. I'm going to make this rugged, but I'm also going to showcase that technique. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division, presented to you by Mitt 45. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, 173.8 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 1 victory opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Odessa, Texas, here is Jeremy the Warrior Sauceda. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears yellow and red. He stands at even 6 feet tall. His official weight, 172.2 pounds. He is undefeated in the squared circle at 2-0. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here is the undefeated Josh Moreno. And our referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
Jeremy Sauceda said, I feel that Josh Moreno controls range effectively. I know he wants to stay to the outside. I cannot let him control from distance.
We ready to go? Knuckle up.
Round number 1. Gold trunks for Josh Moreno, black trunks for Jeremy Sauceda.
And that's when Moreno's been so good controlling the reins, because trying to get inside, he's going to make you pay.
In the right hand, literally running to the inside is Jeremy Sauceda.
Right.
In the clinch, right to the body.
Here we go.
Going from Kerry Hatley to Sauceda over the head and neck of Moreno. Going to that guillotine or that head chancery position legally under this now unified.
Right. What's a double on this? Knuckle up.
Start from Kerry Hatley. Coming forward, straight punch into the clinch, underhook now, snatched by Moreno.
Like only a cut over the left eye.
Ready? Knuckle up.
Blood flowing freely outside of Sauceda's left eye. 5 remaining, round number 1. Sauceda's been literally running into the pocket.
It's very difficult to time when you rush in like that.
On the tall stance now, coming forward, straight punches. See the hand fighting on the inside. Separation again.
You can see Moreno get a little upset with one of those punches. He feels like go to the back of the head.
Moreno. It's high, circling, tall stance. Those long straight punches, lands the 2, and then the left hook and counter from Sauceda. 25 seconds remaining, round number 1. Left hand from Moreno. Sauceda most definitely making this a rugged fight to this point thus far. Right hand on the entry. Right to the body from Moreno. That was sharp. Sauceda took that exceedingly well. Left hand from Jeremy Sauceda into the clinch. There's the bell. We are through the opening round.
It was a good round for Sauceda right there, but I feel like he used a lot of energy. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up that pace. Moreno seemed a lot more relaxed, waiting for his time.
Hey, listen, establish your jab. A little more jabs, okay? You see how I busted up, right? You see it? Hey, keep stepping back and counter with that right hand.
Wow, that's it.
Kerry Hatley has ended this fight. This might be a fighter retirement, although I doubt it. This might be a corner stoppage. This might be a medical stoppage.
I think it was probably that cut to the eye. It was bleeding pretty bad right there. It looked like it might have been in a bad spot.
Josh Pitbull Torres, the former WBC United States 140-pound champion, was giving advice between rounds 1 and 2 to Josh Moreno. Moreno saw Kerry Hatley waving off this fight and then exploded in joy. The least likely of the 3 scenarios, Chris, is Jeremy Sauceda quit. I do not think that happened. Again, this is either a corner stoppage or most likely a medical stoppage.
Yeah, it'll be good to hear from that, because like you said, Sauceda's not quitting this fight. He's a tough guy. He's rugged. You can tell right there he was putting a lot of energy, but he was game. He was ready to come out there and fight, doing anything he can. He knew he had to push his opponent around, make it an ugly fight. He was doing so. The only question in my mind was whether he's going to be able to do that for 5 rounds.
Josh Moreno now 3-0 in BKFC, and that is a big win against a really quality opponent in Jeremy Sauceda. No doubt, massive disappointment for Sauceda being stopped on that cut. That is how the fight ends, on the stool between rounds 1 and 2. We will learn officially from Jeff Houston. I believe you will find this to be a medical stoppage due to that cut. Regardless, Josh Moreno remains undefeated in BKFC. We send it to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, the red corner calls a stop to this fight at the conclusion of round number 1. For your winner by TKO and still undefeated, Josh Moreno.
Big win right there from Moreno. Didn't fight him exactly like he wanted to, but did damage out there. Landed a couple of hard shots, and you feel like as that round and that fight continued to go, he's just going to get better and better.
So we just learned from Jeff Houston officially. That was Sauceda's corner stopping the fight. Josh Moreno showing his class, consoling Jeremy Sauceda. 2 very talented fighters. Sauceda rugged on the inside. Moreno getting his striking going. opening up 2 cuts on the face of Sauceda, the corner stoppage, and let this celebration begin for Josh Moreno. The winner, by way of first-round TKO due to corner stoppage, Josh Moreno defeats Jeremy Sauceda.
What's up, guys? I want to introduce BKFC's newest series. It's called the BKFC Prospect Series. It's a monthly series of events that we're going to do that's going to feature up-and-coming men and women from boxing, mixed martial arts, kickboxing, Muay Thai, all different types of combat sports. It's also going to feature some of the men and women that come out to these tryouts. They try out for BKFC, and they weren't given an opportunity in the bigger fights because we just didn't have enough room for them. Well, guess what? Now we do. Prospect Series is your opportunity to show everybody, to show the world whether you have what it takes or not to fight for BKFC. It all starts Thursday night, August 24th in Miami, Florida. And I'll be there looking to give you a contract to fight for BKFC. So if you want a shot to fight at the big leagues, it all starts at BKFC Prospect Series.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be flying around the world in PJs, private jets. Cheers!
All 10 of the biggest influencers in the world have stopped posting.
Is anybody hurt? Why is everyone looking at me? We're all influencers. We all have millions of followers.
I have tens of millions.
At the end of each round, the one with the fewest votes dies.
It's a party, bitches.
Time to get things going.
If you leave, you die. If you stay, you die. If you don't follow the rules, you die. If you follow the rules, you die. Why is this happening to us?
If your phone isn't near you at all times.
Want to take one of their phones, sit back and watch the bloodbath?
Yes.
We got work to do. Influencers, how influential are you?
You don't understand how hard it is to be #1.
Clout is life. Agreed. What the fuck is this movie about?
Albuquerque, New Mexico in the American Southwest is truly one of the great fight cities in the world, and it's our host tonight for BKFC 48. We have reached our feature fight of the evening. In the welterweight division, Bryce Hall versus G. Perez.
And Sean, this is where we get a rarity right there. Bryce Hall 2 inches taller, however 3-inch reach advantage for G. Perez, and he's going to want to utilize that. Stay out, stay long, make Bryce Hall pay every time he tries to step close and land those power shots.
The Cuban-born, Florida-based G. Perez, one of our regular cutmen in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship and 3-0 in BKFC. Perez also 1-0 in pro boxing, and he's a veteran of 35 amateur boxing bouts. At our fighter meeting, G. Perez told us he wants to stay long. He said that he has really put a premium on focusing on his footwork and training for this fight versus Bryce Hall. Perez said, I think Hall will continually rush forward, try to bully me, try to clinch. That's why footwork is so important.
Perez feels like he's much faster than his opponent is going to utilize that. He's going to want to try and frustrate his opponent with that speed. And when that happens, his opponent's going to make mistakes, and that's going to lead to openings for clean shots.
Perez also told us, I feel that Bryce Hall is strong physically. Perez said, however, I do not feel that he has punching power. Perez said it's one thing to be strong, it's another thing to know how to throw hard shots.
And one thing I really found interesting, Perez says he feels like his opponent is here for clout, for exposure. He has nothing to do with the fight. He feels like when push comes to shove, he's in there. You're going to have to dig deep. If you're not here for the right reason, you're not going to be able to come through. He's here for the right reason.
Perez said to us, I'm absolutely not going to initiate the clinch versus Bryce Hall. If Hall does, I'm going to throw and keep throwing until I exit the clinch and reestablish my distance.
When I asked what G. Perez's key to victory was, it was very basic, very simple, hit and don't get hit.
The social media star Bryce Hall now now set for his bare knuckle fighting championship debut. Hall has had one exhibition boxing bout. He was a high school wrestler in his native Maryland. Hall told us in our fighter meeting he has put a huge focus in training for this fight with the two-belt BKFC champion Lorenzo Hunt on working the clinch. Hall said, I want to use my wrestling background, initiate the clinch. Hall said, I believe I'm going to be much stronger than G. Perez. I'm going to wear him down on the inside in the clinch.
Well, he's got to use forward pressure to get inside, like you talked about. Bigger, stronger, wear your opponent out with that. Has to make sure he's never backing up this fight. Forward pressure to get inside.
Hall also told us in our fighter meeting, I know G. Perez is 3-0 in BKFC, but I do not feel that he's been tested. I do not feel that he has ever taken a hard shot. Hall said that will absolutely change in this fight.
He's going to utilize that jab, but the main thing he wants to utilize those straight right hands and those left of the bodies. Those are his shots that's going to hurt G. Perez, he thinks.
Hall said, I definitely respect the speed of G. Perez. I do not feel that he has legitimate punching power. I think he's going to try to stay long, stay safe on the outside, and just keep landing counters. The animosity is real. Bryce Hall versus G. Perez in BKFC's welterweight division. To get our feature fight started, we send it to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for our history-making feature fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 two-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Presented to you by Fubo TV. Watch live sports and TV without cable, including BKFC on Fubo TV. Start your 7-day free trial at FuboTV.com. Introducing to you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 164.8 pounds. He is undefeated in the squared circle at 3-0. Fighting out of Sawa La Grande, Cuba, by way of Pahokee, Florida. Here is the undefeated Guillermo, the Cutman. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears white. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, 168.6 pounds. Tonight, he makes his highly anticipated BKFC debut. Here is the popular TikTok and YouTube star, fighting out of Los Angeles, California, and our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
G. Perez told us, my goal is not to knock out Bryce Hall. My goal is to break him mentally, break him physically, and make Bryce Hall quit. Both fighters up to scratch. Round number 1. White trunks for Bryce Hall, black trunks for G. Perez. Goes immediately to the outside. Circling out to the inside. Big shots, and down goes G. Perez on the right hand.
That first punch, wow. That was a wake-up call for Perez, baby. Let's see what happened. But that just really gives her a lot of confidence right now.
Andrew Glenn breaking off his count, sending Hall away from his corner, and now picks up the count of G. Perez. A mandatory 8 with some delay, right back to it. Perez lowering his stance. Jab not there. On the left hand from Perez. All running forward into the clinch. Tries to throw the right hand. Counter on the right hand from G. Perez. Hard into the clinch. Big shots from Perez on the uppercut.
Different fight right now, Sean.
Perez coming forward from a guillotine position. There's the takedown. And Perez grabbing the back of his head. Time called immediately by referee Andrew Glenn.
It was a good double leg, not legal here though, Sean. Let's hope Perez can, okay, he's back up good.
Perez now to his feet. Medical assessment now of G. Perez.
Big difference after that first knockdown right there. G. Perez came back and earned the respect of Bryce Hall. You can tell right there, and that's why that double leg happened.
It was the double leg, although G. Perez in a modified guillotine position, almost a head chancery out of folk-style wrestling, led to that takedown. That happened right in front of a commentary position. G. Perez definitely smacked his head on the canvas. He's up to 5 minutes to recover. You see on his feet, medical clearance. Led by our Chief Medical Officer of BKFC, Dr. Don Muzi. In conjunction tonight with the New Mexico Athletic Commission's medical team. Time in. Round number 1 resumes. All hands very low. Perez now waving him forward. From the center circle, Hall coming forward off the jab. See the histrionics from both fighters. Smile on the face, mockingly so from Bryce Hall. Mockingly pointing to the center circle. G. Perez. He's lowering his stance. The jab not there. Circling out, eluding that right hand very well. Selling Hall, keep your hands in. You cannot extend your fingers legally towards the face of your opponent, G. Perez. Right to the body, counter left hand. Perez now grabbing his shoulder.
His elbow.
The bell, that ends round number 1. It was the shoulder, then the elbow, and the clutch of the elbow of G. Perez.
What happened? Hit the ropes? Elbow on the rope. Pulling him like that? He hit his elbow on the rope. He hit his elbow on the rope. Don't push. He's hurt. He's very hurt. No, he hit it here. He's still concussed. Right. I'm gonna get it. Yeah. Okay, he said he hit his elbow on the rope.
Very early in that knockout right there. Here's right there, that takedown.
Look at it.
Now here, right, you see Perez calling for Bryce Hall to come in and fight. He wants to stay in the middle and trade punches.
Bryce, over here.
Lorenzo Hunt in the corner of Bryce Hall. Chris Camozzi in the corner of G. Perez, and now a medical timeout. More tension to G. Perez's left elbow. Initially the shoulder, then down to the elbow as G. Perez clutched it in the final seconds, his left elbow of round number 1. Full medical clearance. We start round number 2 with an emphatic knuckle up from referee Andrew Glenn.
You see Perez right now just really trying to focus on that right hand. If he's a one-handed fighter right now, I'm not sure he can win this fight.
All coming forward. Full turn from Perez. All staying fluid on the outside. Can't find the entry right hand.
Unfortunately, it looks like G. Perez is a one-handed fighter right now.
Well, again, waving forward Perez. Perez again pointing to the center circle.
You have to think right now, if I'm Hall, I'm more than willing to come in with that. If he's a one-handed fighter, I'm definitely coming in and trying to finish it.
On the floor with the right hand to the inside. Big right hand on the entry for Bryce Hall. Resetting. In the southpaw stance. Big exhale as he comes forward from Perez. Wide open striking guard for Hall. Open chest circling out. 5 seconds remaining round 2. Jab to the body. Exhale again from Perez. Call for action from referee Andrew Glenn. On the right hand. And now circling out.
With one hand right now, he's got to be throwing more jabs, more hooks. Just anything he can with that right hand. It's hard to win with one hand, but you have to be more active. I'm not sure why Hall's not pressing the issue right now. You're going against a one-arm guy who you are not bigger than.
Again circling out. He's now trying to mirror the hips of Bryce Hall. Looking for the entry on the right hand, can't find it. Closing seconds, round number 2, 10-second clock acknowledged by referee Andrew Glenn. Hall cut under his left eye, flowing freely. Next stop, round 3.
And Sean, if Perez cannot use that left arm, I would not be surprised if his corner says no more. How can you fight with one?
You gotta let me go before you, bro. Bro, you're too slow, bro. You're too slow. You gotta let me go before you.
Hey, G, if you're gonna say southpaw, stay outside his lead leg.
You still hurt? Can you straighten it out, bro? Hey, you good? Let me tap it. My bad. Sorry. No, you're good.
And right here you can see clinch work being done. Hall has not been in this situation in a fight. So against a one-arm fighter, you would think Hall would be much more aggressive right now. I'm not sure if he understands how bad Perez's arm is. You would think his corner's got to be telling him right now, jump on the gas. You cannot stand outside and just fight the jab game against a guy. You got to get inside and finish the fight.
Seconds out have been called. Medical assessment. The issue is G. Perez's left elbow. This fight is over and the win for Bryce Hall. Medical stoppage. Welcome to BKFC, Bryce Hall.
Huge win right there for Hall. A lot of people thought this was a joke. He had no chance of winning. This was just a publicity stunt. Hall showed everybody right there. He trained, he came for real, he came to fight.
Utter dejection for G. Perez in defeat.
You could see in the first round, as soon as he started clinching that arm right at the beginning, there was a problem. Something happened. Not sure exactly what it was, but he could never use, again, that left hand. You could not win a fight like this without two hands.
Absolute elation for the victor, Bryce Hall.
So Bryce Hall just extremely happy right now. Did a great job. He trained, he came in, he prepared. He got the knockdown right away. He came forward, he put pressure on. A very tough G. Perez. There's his game in there, and he just accomplished his mission right there.
In this era of outsiders and interlopers into combat sports, Bryce Hall took his BKFC debut with the utmost seriousness, choosing to train with a 2-belt champion, Lorenzo Hunt, and the victory for Bryce Hall.
Not exactly how the fight, I'm sure either person wanted it to go, but that's how it played out. So, you have to take what you get. I'd like to see Bryce Hall fight again. You know he's going to want to come back, do another fight, so we need to see what he has when he has a full fight to go through. That's what we want to see. What happens next with Bryce Hall?
We send it to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, the red corner calls a stop to this fight at the conclusion of round number 2 for your winner by TKO, Bryce Hall.
All right, Bryce, a lot of people said you were crazy to do this, to step inside a bare knuckle ring to fight bare knuckle rules. You just won your first bare knuckle fight. How you feeling right now?
I first have to say, G. Perez, you earned all my respect. Man, you hit hard. You hit hard, bro. Hold on. He gained 30 pounds for this fight. Said he would fight me at any weight and still had the balls to do it. I can't believe that just happened. I think I just have to finalize this speech by saying, I am a boxer, I am a fighter, I've always claimed to be a fucking fighter.
Bryce Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
Huge win for Bryce Hall. He shows he's not just a social media star. He can come out here and he can electrify the crowd. Great win for him.
Bryce Hall, a clean knockdown recorded over G. Perez in round number 1. Latter stages of round number 1, Perez grabbed towards his shoulder and then immediately towards his elbow. And between rounds 2 and 3, it is a corner stoppage due to injury of that elbow. Victorious by way of second round TKO, Bryce Hall defeats G. Perez.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get at FuboTV.com.
And there will no champ unless I say so!
Tonight, in the co-main event, undefeated warrior Keith the Rockstar Richardson tries to continue his winning ways, but the always ready to fight Derek Perez has other plans. Then, in the main event, the inaugural Flyweight title is on the line when the undefeated knockout artist John the Magician Dotson attempts to win a world title in front of his hometown. But first, he must get past the #1 contender, JR the Lion Ridge. These are your main events, live from the Duke City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, inside the Tingley Coliseum. It's BKFC 48, Dotson vs. Ridge for Flyweight Gold, and it starts right now.
Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. There's countless reasons to come to Albuquerque, New Mexico, from the scenery, the cuisine, even the hot air balloons. But tonight, the Duke City is all about the fights, and we are about to turn it way up. With championship aspirations in sight, Keith Richardson is ready to prove once again that he is one of the best in the BKFC. Derek Perez has never lost in the BKFC and plans to keep it that way and shake up the bantamweight division. In the main event, one of Albuquerque's favorite sons, John Dotson, has proved that his style is perfect for the BKFC. The Lion, JR Ridge, has double the experience in the BKFC ring, tallying a 3-1 record and has the power to floor anybody at 125. Who is going to make history and walk out with the title tonight? Oh, baby, it has been a wild one inside the Tingley Coliseum here in Albuquerque. That is what we do here in Albuquerque. Big moments, big fights, and yes, you just witnessed Bryce Hall win a bare-knuckle fight in BKFC. That just happened, but let me tell you, we still got more to come. We got a crazy co-main event, and we have a main event for the inaugural Flyweight Championship of the world. It's only going to get better, folks. And with that being said, let's send it down to the voice of the BKFC, Sean Whitlock, and the walking fight of the night, Chris Lytle.
Cyrus, thank you very much. Chris, still to come, it is our main event of the evening. The winner becomes the first ever BKFC men's 125-pound world champion. John Dodson fighting here in his home city, Albuquerque, New Mexico, versus J.R. Ridge.
And we talked about it earlier. John Dodson, that's all he's wanted to do. Get a title. He's been so close in the past. But what is he doing here? He's been so accurate, so fast. Probably our most explosive fighter, our most accurate fighter we've seen in all BKFC. He's never made it out of the first round, Sean, and he's winning against high-level fighters. Landing hard shots the entire time. His athleticism, his speed, his accuracy, we haven't seen much like it. This guy feels like that's what he has to do in this fight. Come out here, land his hard shots. He can end this fight early if he does that. And he feels like that is key. He wants to get out here, land hard shots. But look at this, against a former champ, just dominating fashion. Like I said, he feels like this was a sport he was made for. He's showing why. Fast, accurate, speed, and great defense. It's going to be great if this guy can come out here and do what he wants. J.R. Ridge, on the other hand, he wants to get in there. He wants to smother his opponent. He wants to take away that explosiveness, that speed, and you do that by closing the distance, staying inside, just like he's doing right here. Controlling the pace, controlling the distance, making your opponent tired by smothering him. We've seen it happen tonight. When you smother somebody, that's tiring, pushing people around. That's what Ridge wants to do. Take this fight into the deep water, because we haven't seen Dodson go past one round. If he goes 2, 3 rounds, will he get tired? That's what we're going to find out tonight.
Chris, at our fighter meetings, John Dodson was very specific. He said, J.R. Ridge believes that he should be fighting for a world title. My job is to prove him wrong.
That's what he wants to do. He wants to go out there, dominate, quick pace, land hard shots, make sure there's no question he's a dominant fighter here.
For J.R. Ridge, he said, I know that John Dodson doesn't feel that I'm at his level. I believe Ridge told us I'm at his level. I'm going to show him with my speed, with my technique, and with my high ring IQ.
He feels like he has that IQ. If he can get in there, slow the pace down, make his opponent go past the first round, it's going to be a totally different fight.
Chris, we just saw Bryce Hall versus G. Perez. We talked about no soft landings in BKFC, no A side, no B side. Bryce Hall against previously undefeated, now 3-1 G. Perez. Bryce Hall now 1-0 in BKFC. You look at John Dodson, he fights high level. J.R. Ridge, we don't see an A side, we don't see a B side. It is the high level competition, the even matchmaking and bare knuckle fighting champions.
Such a refreshing thing. You don't understand. I've seen boxing for years. I love boxing. Early fighters, they don't ever fight anybody until they're 15, 16-0. Not the case. So you're going to come, you're going to fight, you're going to beat, you're going to go against somebody good. You're not going to get 16-0 because you're going to fight tough the entire time.
Well, there's certainly no A side versus B side on display in our co-main event. It is in BKFC's stacked men's 135-pound division. Both fighters entered 2-0. It is our co-main event, Keith Richardson versus Derek Perez.
This is two undefeated guys, but they go about it in different ways. As you can see what Keith Richardson done, he's fought Fight of the Year candidates right there. He can get in there, he can mix it up, but in his next fight, look what he showed. A great ability to get in and out. Just look at that, just moved out of range and landed hard shots. That was beautiful. That's the name of the game. Just get out of the way, land hard shots, hit and don't be hit. He's shown he has the ability to take shots. He doesn't need to, he's smart, he's good, he's tough, he's got everything. He feels like this title is his for the taking. He just got to get there. Now when it comes to Derek Perez, a little bit different. What this guy wants to do is get in your face and throw punches the entire time. He does not mind if he's trading. He does not mind taking punches. Pure belief in his chin and his ability to throw a lot of high volume. He feels like he can get it right there. Just a great little shot, but he has volume. He can get in there and just throw hard punches the entire time. Nothing terrible, nothing to knock you out, but just wants to get in there and overwhelm you with volume. Very much like Nick and Nate Diaz have done in the UFC. This is exactly what Perez feels like he can do here. Get in here, land a lot of hard shots, win the fight.
Crescent Tools brings you the numbers for this, our co-main event of the evening. In the bantamweight division, Keith Richardson versus Derek Perez.
And the thing you can see here, Perez does have a slight 3-inch reach advantage. He's going to want to utilize that. Richardson's got to use that in and out motion, trying to get inside. Perez is going to stay right in his range and try and throw a constant barrage of 1s and 2s right at Richardson.
Derek Perez, 2-0 in the sport of bare knuckle fighting. He enters 1-0 promotionally in BKFC. Perez has also had 1 bare knuckle MMA bout, 27 bouts in pro boxing. In our fighter meeting, Perez said, I want to stay long. I want to outland my opponent, Keith Richardson, from range. I'm extremely confident with my cardio. I feel that I can keep a high pace and do so from distance.
Well, I love what he said there. He said he wants to stay just outside his opponent's range, but in his range. That's that little reach advantage he has. So every time his opponent throws a punch, it's going to be just out, and he can land his counters. Got to utilize that jab, and when things get into the mix, he will utilize dirty boxing.
Perez said, I am fully expecting this to be a very rugged fight. What I have to do, Perez told us, is to make Keith Richardson continue to guess, continue to think through my movement, and with my movement also comes high volume.
That's what it was. He has to outthrow his opponent. He has to outland his opponent. He's got to use that volume to wear him out. Not necessarily in the clinch, pushing the pace with punches. That wears you out.
Perez told us of Keith Richardson, I believe he wants to get to the inside quickly. I have to stop him by hitting level changes, hitting feints, and most of all, continuing to move.
Feels like his opponent right here is underestimating him. Richardson feels like he's the A side right now. Perez said there is no A side. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be in your face from the beginning of the bell to the last bell.
Richardson, 2-0 in BKFC, 1-0 in pro boxing, 23-11 in his pro MMA career. That includes 1 bout in Bellator and 3 in LFA. Richardson told us in our fighter meeting, for me, this is all about being in the mid-range. As Derek Perez said, I'm extremely confident with my cardio. Keith Richardson told us the same. Richardson said, my cardio will allow me to throw more punches than Derek Perez, to sit down on my shots from the mid-range, land with volume, land with power.
Well, unlike Perez, who's willing to trade punches, Richardson understands he wants to use movement to beat elusive right there. You talked about sitting down on the punches, not just that. He wants to increase his volume. He wants to throw a lot more often, utilize that footwork to get into that position.
Richardson said of Derek Perez, his opponent in this bantamweight co-main event bout, I really respect his toughness. I believe he wants to turn this into a brawl, but with that, I think when he tries to brawl, he opens himself up, and he is very, very hittable.
Hittable, but what he wants to do, he wants to target that body first, and as Perez starts to block that body, that's when the headshots come. He knows if he's blocking to the head, you can't really knock this guy, but after he drops those hands, the knockout's gonna come.
We send it back to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the co-main event. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black and silver. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, an even 136 pounds. He is undefeated in the squared circle at 1-0. Fighting out of Belen, New Mexico. Here is Derek Rage Perez. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. His official weight, 135.4 pounds. He is also undefeated at 2-0. Fighting out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. Here is the undefeated Keith Rockstar Richardson. And our referee in charge of the action, Kerry Hatley.
Keith Richardson said, I want to engage in the mid-range on my own terms with Derek Perez, but more importantly, I want to disengage and reset on my own terms. Hands high and tight and scratch for Derek Perez. Round number 1, switch of stances immediately off of scratch for Keith Richardson. Green trunks. Silver and black trunks for Derek Perez. You immediately see the fluidity and movement of both Richardson and Perez. Snap Sniping the jab is Perez. Swing and a miss with the right hand. There's the counter right back from Perez.
You can already see it doesn't matter when Perez gets hit. He's coming back with punches immediately.
So active with that jab to start this fight. Big right hand, and down goes Derek Perez.
Great switch step right there for Richardson. Came with that right hand. Beautiful shot. That's it.
This fight is over, and just like that, the win for Keith Richardson.
And totally opposite of what we thought. We were talking about the chin of Perez. It just took one shot. It was that great switch step right there. Richardson changed it from southpaw to right hand, came with the right hand, and landed a good shot. You talked about it right from the beginning, John. Right when he switched steps, right from the very beginning. Switching steps from southpaw, orthodox, back and forth. Confuse his opponent. There's a split second right there. You don't see the change, and it takes you a minute to adjust. Perez didn't have time to adjust.
I have long thought that Keith Richardson was one of the most underrated lower weight fighters of this era in pro MMA. At 3-0 with emphasis. Keith Richardson most definitely not underrated in BKFC.
And you can see where Richardson, right after the fight, he's called for the belt. He's called for that fight. It's hard not to give him that after his performances right there. He's shown what a dog he is. He's shown he's a knockout artist now. Watch this, just switch around. Came with that leaping right hook, landed right on the button. Beautiful shot.
Watch referee Kerry Hatley. Now he has started the mandatory 8. He is watching Derek Perez. Perez goes to get up, does not have his equilibrium, falls down immediately. Kerry Hatley stops his fight. That is world-class referee.
That's what you're looking for. If you pop right up, it's one thing, but if you still can't get up after 5 seconds, there's no reason to let this fight go on. He's just going to get hurt.
Disappointment for Derek Perez and a lightning strike A+ performance in victory for Keith Richardson. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Kerry Hatley, steps in and calls a stop to this fight at 37 seconds into round number 1. For your winner, by TKO and still undefeated, Keith Rockstar Richardson.
Wow, you gotta love it. Little sportsmanship out here. That's what we love to see, Albuquerque. Here it is, your winner, still undefeated, Keith Richardson. This is a big moment for you, Keith. You were on fire here, and you put an exclamation point on it. Is it time for a title shot?
I absolutely think it's time for a title shot. You know, all due respect to Reggie Barnett. You know, he's held the belt, but that's my belt now. I want it.
Keith, I know, man, this has been quite a journey for you. A lot of ups and downs in your career, but now you are that close to having a world championship shot. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. You know, I've got great people around me. I'm in a great city. I love fighting in Albuquerque. Yeah, I don't really have much to complain about.
I love it, man. Not at all. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Keith the Rockstar Richardson.
And Richardson is a legit title contender. The first fight he had, fight of the year, 2 knockouts afterwards. Who else would you put in there, Sean?
The champion of BKFC's bantamweight division, Reggie Barnett Jr., watching, no doubt, with intent at home in Virginia, and the call out from the victor, Keith Richardson, for the title shot. A huge right hand, the left to follow, but it is that right hand that ends this fight. In 37 seconds of round number 1, the winner, by way of technical knockout, Keith Richardson defeats Derek Perez.
Go Slaveski.
100% gonna be blood. You know, it's just gonna be a war.
win. Down goes Connor Tierney. 10 seconds remaining. That is the stoppage. And that is the win for Goyle Sloveski.
You know I'm coming for the title.
The head movement, big right hand. This fight is over. Johnson waves it off.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
The baddest athletes on the planet have taken over the 505. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Fubo TV, Mint 45, and Lions Not Sheep Apparel. And now your main event, Crescent Tools, tail of the tape.
For the inaugural BKFC Men's 125-pound World Championship, John Dodson versus J.R. Ridge.
And Sean, everything almost identical here. 1 inch reach advantage. That is not much. It's not going to be about who has the tail of the tape, who's got longer arms, who's able to put in their game plan. Whoever's able to do that is going to win this fight.
The day before his 38th birthday, J.R. Ridge is now set for the biggest fight of his life. Born in the Philippines, based in Florida, J.R. Ridge enters 3-1 at BKFC. He was a member of the United States Sand Show national team, which captured the bronze medal in 2006 at the World Championships in China. In our fighter meeting, Ridge said, "From my Sand Show base and background, I want to showcase that movement. From the outside, don't waste energy and be calculated with my punches."
He also talked about how much emphasis he put on strength and condition this time. Feels like he's stronger than ever. Can utilize that, and then when he wants to push his opponent around, he wants to use angles, straight punches. Feels like timing is his key right here for catching his opponent in a place where he's not ready.
J.R. Ridge said of John Dodson, his opponent in this world title fight, he's very patient and then he explodes. I know that he's fast, but I feel that I am equal in speed. Ridge said to negate that explosiveness of Dodson, I have to move effectively from the outside.
Also has to land body shots to slow his opponent down. Wants to frustrate his opponent with that pressure. We've talked about it. Get in there, take away his opponent's explosiveness, and that makes him tired as the fight goes on.
Ridge said Dodson, he believes, has a tendency to throw looping punches when coming forward. Ridge said timing is imperative to me. I have to time off of the Dodson looping punches with hard straight punches.
Wants to have calculated shots in there, not wasting any energy right there. Be smart the entire fight.
John Dodson, 2-0 in BKFC, a veteran of 37 pro MMA fights in his A-list professional mixed martial arts career, which includes 17 bouts in the UFC. Twice in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, John Dodson faced then champion Demetrius Johnson for the UFC 125-pound world title. Dodson has also fought twice in Rising. In our fighter meeting, Dodson told us, quote, My best defense is a great offense in BKFC. Dodson said, that is the mindset that I have had to get to 2-0 in this promotion, and that is my mindset that will take me to this world title versus J.R. Ridge.
He understands he doesn't want to get hit. Like I said, he wants to do that with a lot of punches. Has to make sure he's controlling the tempo, the rhythm, deciding when and where the fight happens. He wants to stay outside, explode in, and then get right back out.
John Dodson said of J.R. Ridge, I believe he wants to be methodical. I believe he wants to stay long, land off of counters, try to time my misses. Dodson said, I have to control the tempo of this fight, and I want a high tempo in this fight.
Punches he wants to throw, overhand right. Those are his money shots. Those are the ones when he lands them, knocks people out.
To get our main event of the evening started, we send it back to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the main event. 5 2-minute rounds for the inaugural BKFC World Flyweight Championship. Presented to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Sanctioned by the New Mexico Athletic Commission, Chairman Joe Chavez, Executive Director Richard Espinoza, Commissioner in attendance Larry Lewick, and our event coordinator Elaine Chavez. The 3 judges scoring our championship main event: Esther Lopez, Mark Sanchez, Chris Diaz. And the 3rd man inside the squared circle, our referee in charge of the action at the bell, Andrew Glenn. And now, with our bare knuckle fans watching live worldwide on the BKFC app from the sold-out Tingley Coliseum, fight fans of Albuquerque, it's time to knuckle. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. Tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. His official weight, 123.4 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 3 victories opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Clearwater, Florida, by way of Angeles, the Philippines. Here is J.R. the Lion. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears purple and green. He stands 5 feet 3 inches tall. His official weight, 124.6 pounds. He is uncontested at 2-0. Here is the undefeated fighting pride of the 505, John the Magician Dodson!
John Dodson told us, I most definitely feel that I will have a sizable advantage with my cardio over J.R. Ridge. And that cardio advantage will allow me to set and control this ultra high tempo. Round number 1. Purple trunks for John Dodson, black trunks for J.R. Ridge. We did start off from scratch for both fighters. Now the explosion in from John Dodson.
Already a good punch right there.
Dodson with the left hand, big right hand. The flurry on the inside. It's trying to reset. Listen with the 2. Smile on the face of Dodson. 1-2 off the mark for Riggs. It did back John Dodson off his striking line. Immediately the chant of Dodson from the sold-out Tingley Coliseum crowd in Albuquerque. The push down and ruled a slip immediately by referee Andrew Glenn. But J.R. Ridge staying on the canvas.
He was hit before that, but it looked like it was a push down afterwards, is what they're saying.
Time called by referee Andrew Glenn. Ridge is holding his left eye, pulling at it again. Rich now has up to 5 minutes to recover. You see the issue is the left eye.
And you can see here, that was a straight left hand that did it right there. It was a punch that hurt his eye, but it was a push down right there, and I think that's why they stopped it. Unfortunate right there, because if he couldn't see that, I mean, Dodson might have been able to get the finish.
We're in a 5-minute medical timeout. New Mexico medical team. Dr. Don Muzi, the Chief Medical Officer of BKFC. The assessment of J.R. Ridge's left eye.
And Sean, this will be interesting because it was clearly a punch that caused that, followed by the push down. What is the call going to be after this?
See Andrew Glenn telling Dr. Don Muzi there's the push down.
That's why it wouldn't be considered a knockout, in my opinion. But if the guy can't continue, if there was a punch that caused it, you'd have to think they'd call it a stoppage.
I think he pushed it. You can't push him to the ground after you hit it. That's a foul. Unintentional, gets 5 minutes.
Off camera, off microphone, referee Andrew Glenn coming over to our commentary position, telling me that the punch was legal, but then the pushdown was illegal. So the 5-minute medical timeout.
But what is the call going to be if he can't continue, Sean? That's the question. The punch caused the damage. It's good left hand. You see the punch that did the damage right there that we're dealing with right now, but it was the push down that's illegal. But are you, if he can't continue?
Chris, I believe in that case, based on what referee Andrew Glenn just told me, saying that there was a foul with the push down, this would be a no contest. However, that's if J.R. Ridge cannot continue or chooses not to continue after 5 minutes. I don't think that's going to be the case.
I'm not understanding there. If the punch is what did the damage, I mean, it was the push down.
Chris, it would be the final action, which would be the push down.
I'll tell him.
He didn't really, he didn't really even try to push him down. He was coming forward, and it was just kind of, they ran into each other, it looked like there. It wasn't like Dodson actually pushed him down. You cannot stop if you're trying to come forward to punch.
Ruled as such, however, by referee Andrew Glenn. No knockdown, a push down.
I'm glad this
we will restart this world title fight. Sporting touch of hands, right back to it. From Dodson. Rich on his back foot. He's trying to explode forward. Dodson on the turn, left hand. More big shots from Dodson. Huge right hand from John Dodson, now reset it. Rich having his jab negated by the lead hand of Dodson. He's trying to throw to the right hand to the body. 45 seconds remaining, round number 1. Dodson picking off that lead jab of J.R. Ridge. Dodson now to the inside right hand. Big shot, another big shot. Ridge trying to circle out, trying to throw back, takes the left hand, right hand. Another big shot on the left hand, and that is a clean knockdown.
You can see the eye still really bothering Ridge right now. I don't know if he's getting up. Doesn't look like it.
The count of 10. John Dodson is the first ever BKFC men's flyweight world champion.
Still never made it out of the first round, Sean.
There is dominance, and then there is dominance. 3 fights, 3 first-round finishes for John Dodson in BKFC.
And Sean, I still feel like he is the most accurate striker we have. Those with power, so those with that precision. He's going to be tough to beat for anybody. I don't know what game plan you come up with. You have to get inside, slow him down, but he's so tough to get in on. And you can see you're just overwhelming. Always in good position, hand in the right position, waiting for his turn, avoiding shots, exploding in, just great work. Look at that, there's that half-tie plum. It was just one little shot that did the damage right there. The ones you don't see are the ones that hurt. That's what did, landed a good shot.
In this city, Albuquerque, New Mexico, of superstar fighters, John Dodson. On that list of superstars, he is ultra popular and ultra athletic, as you see there.
And no matter how bad you feel for J.R. Ridge right now, you have to be excited for John Dodson. Been so close for so long, but this dominant performance, I mean, he could definitely be one of our best fighters, maybe the best fighter in all BKFC.
J.R. Ridge is outstanding, and he was steamrolled by John Dodson.
I mean, that's everybody we've seen so far. High-level fight. John Dodson's not had an easy fight yet. He has had 3 easy fights. I mean, he hasn't had an easy opponent. We talked about no soft landings, hard fights, but he's made them easy.
Not yet, guys.
Unbelievable job for this guy. I mean, sky's the limit. He's going to be a dominant champ for a while, one would have to think, but this is bare knuckle, so you never really know. All it takes is one shot.
We send it into the ring with Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Andrew Glenn, reaches the count of 10 at 1 minute 49 seconds into round number 1. For your winner by KO and your new inaugural BKFC World Flyweight Champion, John the Magician Dodson!
All right, I'm here with your winner, the champion. We might have to change this nickname, man. From the Magician to the Buzzsaw to something, man. First round, taking him out. 3 fights, 3 wins. John Dodson, you are now a world champion. How's that feel?
Look, Mom! I did it!
Man, you looked really good in there. Obviously, they called a foul, they called a push down, but that did not deter you whatsoever. You got right back on him, put him away. I mean, what's next for you? Is it taking on all comers in the flyweight division?
Everybody knows they have to step up to the king to try to dethrone him. And now I just proved it that I am the flyweight champion of the world. I'm the #1 motherfucker in this building. So sorry to everybody else that wants to step up to the plate. You can fall down and bow at my feet, left and right. Now what's next for me? Going to Japan, go kick somebody's, Japanese butt out there, and I'm gonna go destroy it. So let's go! Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, your new BKFC Flyweight Champion of the World, John the Magician Dodson.
And Sean, what a dominant performance. He's looking like he's going to be a dominant champ. This guy has been picture perfect right now. Hasn't taken any hard shots. Great power, great accuracy. Man, this guy's fun to watch.
John Dodson, 3 fights in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. UFC veteran Ryan Benoit, first round finish for Dodson. Former BKFC interim 135-pound champion Jared Grant, first round finish for John Dodson. J.R. Ridge in tonight's main event world title fight, first round finish for John Dodson. In our main event of the evening, the winner by way of first round KO, John Dodson defeats J.R. Ridge. Chris, a phenomenal night here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We see the depth of fighters, not just from this city and this state, but across Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, culminating with the crowning of our first ever men's BKFC flyweight titleist, John Dodson. He is dominant, and I think there's an asymmetry to that because in the audience tonight, the dominant BKFC women's 125-pound world champion, Christine Faria.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it before. Great fight town, so many great gyms, so many great fighters out here. And it's not that they're all homegrown. A lot of people move here because they know how good it is. They know how good the terrain is. And look how good the crowd is. Very educated. You've got to love being a fighter here because you get all the love and all the support.
In our co-main event, Keith Richardson taking out 2-0 in the sport of bare knuckle, 1-0 promotionally in BKFC. Derek Perez. Perez had a good start to that fight. Keith Richardson showing that explosive power at 135 pounds.
He's shown it all right now, Sean. His first fight was phenomenal. I still think that's the fight of the year this year, but he's followed up with 2 phenomenal fights. What else do you do besides putting him in the title fight, in my opinion? He's just been nothing short of phenomenal. He's shown he can do it all. That's what we want to see. Guys who are good offensively, defensively, but when they need to, they can bite down on that mouthpiece. He's proven that.
Our feature fight tonight at 165 pounds. Chris Lytle is most definitely the man. At 165 pounds, Bryce Hall, he is a superstar in the social media world. taking out G. Perez. It was the elbow injury, the corner stoppage between rounds 2 and 3. But 4, Bryce Hall trained so hard with Lorenzo Hunt, now 1-0 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
Unfortunately, how it ended, but Bryce Hall came to do what he had to do. He got the win. Great job for Bryce Hall. Very happy for him.
And I agree with that guy. You are most definitely the man. Cyrus, back to you.
Gentlemen, what a night in Albuquerque. Absolutely electric in here. John Dodson, your new champion. Amazing. Bryce Hall still celebrating with the fans out here. He had a lot of people in the building. But, folks, the train always keeps rolling with BKFC. So let's talk about what you can expect for the rest of the month. The Prospect Series for the first time debuts on the 24th, less than 2 weeks away. And then BKFC 49 about to go down in Miami, South Beach. Get ready. Slaveski versus Lindsay for the welterweight championship. It is most definitely going down in the month of August. The summer keeps getting hotter here with the BKFC. And that is it from the Tingley Coliseum, from Albuquerque, New Mexico. For Sean Willott, Chris Lytle, Jeff Houston, Brian Sosha, I'm Cyrus Bees, and we will see you next month in Miami.